Florida, Chrysler, Ikavava, head of you. On behalf of the board, may I welcome you all to today's meeting of the Health Board, which is again being live streamed to enable members of the public to observe the meeting in real time. Members are also welcome to contribute in the language of their choice, as we have Larry here to provide Welsh to English translation. The first item on the agenda is welcome and apologies for absence. I've got an apology noted from Gareth Evans and also Medwin Hughes, who may be able to join the meeting later in the meeting. We also are without Joe at the moment. Joe Whitehead, the Chief Executive, who is at a North Wales Cabinet meeting this morning, will again be joining us later. On behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome John Galanders and Richard Micklewright to their first meeting. John, representing the third sector, and Richard, finance, have been appointed via the Welsh Government's Public Bodies Unit and following a selection process which I conducted with Welsh Government. John and Richard, I'm sure everybody on the board look forward to working with you both. Croeso. Okay, any declarations of interest?
Yes, with regards to agenda item 3.3, I was the university line manager of one of BCUHB's vascular consultants during the timeline outlined in the decision-making process document.
Thank you. Noted. Any more? No. Okay, so we move on to the first substantive item, which is a patient story to be introduced by Jill. Jill?
I can't see Jill on the call.
Matt's going to take the story, Chair, but he will need to be able to share the screen in us as host, if you can please enable that.
Okay, thanks, Kate. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Jill's absence, shall I introduce the story? The story that we have today is by a patient of ours, Elizabeth from Anglesey, who experienced a journey through our vascular services and has kindly taken the time to tell her story with us. I'll just now project the story onto the screen so colleagues can see and hear it live.
Having been diagnosed with osteoarthritis, the problem in my leg we thought was the same, and it turned out that it was actually vascular and I needed a femoral artery bypass. I became a patient of Mr. Sheikh. I saw him in Bangor, and on the 26th of August this year, I went into Ysbyty Glan Clwyd to have a femoral artery bypass. The following day, Mr. Sheikh came to tell me that I'd had much more extensive surgery. I'd had a femoral artery, a popliteal bypass, and a couple of stents, and the operation had taken rather more time and 2 more surgeons than we thought originally. I was in hospital for bang on 4 weeks, in which time I had an infection in the wound, which was quite nasty, and that infection was taken out, and after 4 weeks I was actually allowed to come home. While I was in hospital, I couldn't fault the care that I had from the cleaner, the topmost person. Everybody showed that they cared. You didn't feel alone. If you did feel sad, they made you feel happy. They encouraged you. Everything. I don't think I could have faulted anything. The food was lovely. I can't believe that you'd had such lovely food. Everybody talks about hospital food being horrible. Even the fustiest person could have found something very nice to eat, and if you wanted a tea or a coffee or a cold drink, it was always there available if you wanted it. I was in an extremely busy ward with students learning, all very lovely, and the atmosphere there was a happy atmosphere. It was almost like a family feel, you know, with the fact that everybody seemed to care about you, and there was no falseness about it. It was real, and I felt very protected as well. And being somebody who is usually in charge of everything and becoming almost fetal when you go into a hospital because you're so afraid, it meant a lot to me to have that backing, if you like, from everybody. And I could never thank them enough for how they looked after me and everybody else in the ward, how kind they were to all of us, not just me, but all of us. And I don't think anybody could have come away from that hospital feeling that they hadn't been looked after, because and it was extremely busy, and we had the COVID sort of implications behind us at times as well, where they had to close down. We didn't have visitors, but yet we still had that nice feeling. You know, there was a lovely atmosphere in the ward that I was in. There was we had 2, 3, 4 people. Most of the time there was just myself and another lady, with one popping in for a night or two, and I really couldn't fault them, and it was lovely. My care after has been amazing as well, and I'm thankful that now I've still got 2 legs, and I can walk, and I can recover from what could have had a rather nasty outcome, really.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes the story, and I'd like to just thank Elizabeth for taking the time to share that with us.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks for arranging the story too. Any observations? Lynn? You're on mute, Lynn.
Let's hope I'm the one and only. It's really good to hear what's a relatively positive story about somebody's experience. However, there are some underlying issues that I do think we need to address. This is an example of a lady who had to wait 2 years, who sounds to be in horrendous pain, which deteriorated over the 2 years. Now, I'd like us to discuss whether that is particular to hair and to vascular, or whether this is an example of our waiting list due to COVID. So that's one issue. The second is that did she acquire the infection in the hospital? And was it normal procedure to carry out it was not a minor operation, a procedure at the bedside, which I'm not used to. I would like to get a response from that. And there is a lot of learning issues throughout this lady's story. And at the very end, it says that it's been presented to the vascular and community and hospital teams. I'd like to know how they reacted to this story. Thank you.
Matt, do you or Jill want to respond? And can I have some clarity as to whether those questions were raised at QSE committee when the story was first presented?
Yes, they were raised. Yes.
Okay. Nick, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. So we have discussed this case, and it is quite humbling, isn't it, to hear of a patient who sees herself as having had a good experience and good outcomes. That's brilliant. But I think you're absolutely right, Lynn, to raise some questions and what other learning is in there. It's something we've discussed in detail in the vascular steering group as well as at QSE. We know that there have been some real challenges to us on the vascular pathways and other planned care pathways, partly as a response to COVID, but also as we implement pathways in vascular. So I think there's learning for us there, and we are monitoring our performance quite carefully to ensure that we can continue to improve. The bit that concerns me most is that treatment on the ward. There are times when it's always a balance between patient experience, the urgency to carry out a procedure, and the capacity in terms of IPC issues. And I understand that in this case, that was considered very carefully, and it was decided that the procedure should take place quite appropriately on the ward. and I'd support that decision. The question I've asked, and still waiting full assurance, is whether we've over-normalised that sort of treatment and some procedures being carried out inappropriately. So I think this was appropriate, but question from this story for our future learning as to whether we are doing that too often, and happy to report back outside this meeting when we ascertain that. The infection, Lynn, whether it occurred on the ward or elsewhere, in theatre or before admission, I don't think we're able, I'm certainly not able, but talking to the team, I don't think we're able to ascertain where the source of the infection was, and that of course is often the case. Thank you, Chair.
Nick, what about the reaction of staff to the story? Have we had any reaction? Has it been shared with them?
It has at the vascular steering group, and of course some of the clinical staff are there, and in the clinical governance meetings it's been discussed as well. And I think there was for me, it was really encouraging to see that it wasn't just a mutual pat on the back that this patient had a good experience and good outcomes, but actually really trying to tease out for them what the learning was. And in fact, it was some of the clinical staff who initially raised the question about the side room, the debridement on the ward. So for me, you know, it really hit that kind of question: how can we improve our service spot? Which is exactly what I'd hope to see.
Thanks, Nick. Lucy, anything from you as chair of QSC committee?
No, I just support what Nick has said, and as Lynn said, those questions were raised at QSE committee at the time, but we didn't have the clarity of response that Nick's just provided us with. So nothing further from us. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Jill? Jill, are you there? Okay, John, do you want to come in?
Thank you. Yeah, it's just to follow up on Lynn's point, really, the prevascular element, really, and the 2 years that led up to that. In receiving stories like this, it's always good to see what the end outcome is, but unless we actually have the backstory as well leading into it to identify what the whole pathway is and if there is any additional preventative measures. So I would welcome the opportunity when future stories come that they actually give the whole pathway from the first engagement going right the way through to end treatment. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Jill, your hand went up, came down. Are you still wanting to come in?
Sorry, apologies, Chairman. I got kicked out and I've just been allowed back in. It was just to support Nick that the other area that actually do undertake some debridement on the ward are the podiatrists, but they adhere to the Royal College guidance and they have their competencies signed off regularly as part of their CPD.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Nick, can you ensure that once your exploration is completed, you respond back to QSC so they're kept in the loop? And we're glad to move in that regard.
Very happy to do so, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and Matt, I know it's not always easy to do this, but where we are able to bring a patient story here, can we try and pick up that wider point around pathway, so we're clear about whether there have been concerns that have been highlighted in run up to the story that's been depicted?
Of course we can, Mr. Chairman. Yes, absolutely.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to the draft minutes from the last Health Board meeting on the 23rd of September. They have been circulated. Are you happy with the accuracy of the minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. We then move on to the actions table, which I'll take us through. Jill, there is one, and I think I've given you prior notice of this via Joe. There was one around the receipt of the winter plan outside the last board meeting. I know a status report went to the Finance Performance Committee in public session, but there was an action to bring it here. So can we agree that the plan is circulated to committee members board members as well outside of this meeting?
More than happy to do that, Mark. I understand it went to executives yesterday and was supported, so I'm happy to do that, take that as an action and get it out later today. We did check with Welsh Government about bringing it to board. We wanted to bring it to board, but we have only just finalised, so consequently we will circulate.
If you could circulate, Jill, and then we'll agenda it for board in January as well, I think.
That would be helpful because I'd like it to be in the public domain.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Jotting that down. The next item was around the operational plan and work to be done in respect to the monitoring report. Sue, John, I know both of you are taking this up outside, but can one of you give us an update in addition to what's in the minute? Sue Hill, John?
Sorry.
Go on, Sue, do you want to?
Sorry, it took me a bit of a while to get the video working. So we have started a refresh effectively of the operational plan monitoring report. We started off with a conversation with John, a really constructive conversation about from the PFIG's perspective. And what we're going to do is we're going to get together with the three subcommittee chairs and yourself, Mark, and we're going to go through basically what the report is currently doing and how we can present it in a more a summarised version, but that still gives you the element around highlights and the exception reporting. We're hoping that it's going to be a balanced dashboard, and we're going to get to some consensus around that before the end of this month, so that we can have a draft version of the report to be approved by each of the committee chairs and yourself as health board chair before December, so that we can implement that from the beginning of next financial year. John, is there anything you want to add?
No, nothing. I think you've summarised where we were. I suppose the only other thought is the plan as we discussed it to take this forward was, as you said, from the new financial year, but I think we have concerns elsewhere to try and improve what we get between now and the end of the year. But I'm not sure how much mileage we've got to be able to do that. Maybe something we can discuss when we get with the rest of the other couple of chairs, committee chairs.
Yeah, so I agree. There's some action required now because the report is still not fit for purpose, and I think it's becoming a major source of frustration for the whole board. And I think we need to remedy that, not least because it's getting lengthier and lengthier, but it's not offering the assurance that we need. And then we need to move to a new report with a new plan for the next financial year. So can we attempt and resolve both, Sue, please?
Yeah, of course, Mark.
Thank you. Thanks. Both. So there is another action further down in respect of vascular, but that's on the agenda, Nick. So I suggest we close that from here for the moment. The final open action is a review of meeting effectiveness. Louise, do you want to give us an update?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So the action followed the last meeting, and we actually talked about this some more in our board development sessions, which we held at the end of October, around challenging ourselves around the effectiveness of board and the papers and the time spent on topics appropriately. Good Governance Institute as our partner are really holding a mirror up to us on this. So it's work that we continue to address with their support. And I feel like when we move forward following this meeting and other board meetings, actually we will feel some of those improvements, and actually that the structures of our board agenda and our committee agenda feel like they're improving.
Okay, so we'll have a further report on that in due course, Louise.
We will.
Okay, and then Sue, I just wanted to highlight one, which I think is Sue Hill, still ongoing rather than closed, and that's the one listed at 211772, which arose in the Finance Month 5 report, and that's demonstration of savings being linked to transformation and vice versa. I see it's going to PFIG in December, Sue, but I'd like it to come to board in January after that, please.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I guess the so in terms of preparing for next year and the following 2 years, I can confirm that the finance and the transformation teams are working really closely together. We have a significant amount of benchmarking data available to us, whether from external sources through the FDU and our own benchmarking. So we know how we can align the opportunities that we have to the transformation schemes for next year. So I think we're working on that pipeline for the 3-year period as part of the budget setting process.
Okay, so but we'll bring the December report back to board in January.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lucy, you've got a query, I know, about one of the actions in the table. Lucy?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So it's action 123.2, which is on page 1, bottom of page 1. This is down as closed. This is relating to the primary care measures. And it refers to revised format will be shared with the chairs of the board and committees in December for use from April. I mean, given the previous commitments that have been made in relation to this, we still don't seem to be making progress on it. And it's down as closed when in actual fact it hasn't been addressed. So I don't think it's appropriate to close the action.
Okay, Sue, do you want to describe the work that's going on? I know there's been a lot of conversation around this. And of course, we've got some primary care measures in the primary care report later. Yeah. So tell us where we are, please.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So Lucy, apologies if the data hasn't been shared with you. I thought it had. So we have done, as you requested, we have done a comparison of what is in the new delivery framework from Welsh Government compared to what primary care are already reporting on. And there are quite a number of really sensible qualitative and quantitative measures that they're reporting on a monthly basis that we could bring elements of into the report. So I will, if you haven't seen that already, and apologies if you haven't, I'll share it with you and John today, and then we can just try and agree a way forward, because there are a number of measures that we could bring into the report. So we can do that from the next report effectively.
Thank you, Sue. I would appreciate this because, again, this has been committed to previously, and we don't seem to have, but thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Thanks, Sue. Right, I'm going to move us on then to the report from my good self. And I ask you to record and note the following chair's actions. The first is an action to accept the BCUHB construction contractor works framework as detailed in the contract award recommendation and approved at Finance Performance Committee in August 2021. The second was a dual PFIG and board chairs actions to approve an extension to the licence to occupy Forge Road GP managed practice premises. And the third was the board's action to approve a high value settlement in the speciality of ophthalmology. Louise, have I missed any chair's actions there? Because there has been some change and conversation in the last couple of days.
Yes, Chair, there's the one to ratify the decision of the tender evaluation panel around the outsourcing of planned care that was awarded to Spire Healthcare. So that was a joint board and former F&P committee. So that should have been reported to September board. So apologies for that omission.
Thanks, Kate. Thanks very much. Okay, so I will move us on then to report the Chief Executive. Joe is not here. Jill, is there anything you want to highlight or add to the report that Joe has provided before I raise the matter of holding?
No, thank you, Chair. I think the only point I would reiterate is that as indicated within the report, we are still seeing quite significant demands on our EDs, and we are working with our local authority colleagues and other partners regarding discharges. So, but all of that is included within the report, and I'm sure it will come up later within the board meeting.
Okay, so let's turn to the Holden report, shall we? And I'd like to raise that matter in terms of the report, which was completed in 2013. As the board will know, last year we appealed against the decision from the Information Commissioner to publish this report on the basis it could identify specific individuals. We've been in discussion with the Information Commissioner since January of this year to seek a mutual agreement to publish the report whilst protecting the identity of specific individuals, as we are required to do under the data protection law. Due to the ongoing legal process, we've not been able to publicly discuss this until now. I am now very pleased to say that agreement was reached with the Information Commission and Commissioner, and this has been endorsed by the Tribunal in the last week. We will therefore be publishing the report today with minimal redaction to protect personal data, and as agreed with the Information Commissioner and the Tribunal. Jill, do you want to add to what I've just said?
If I could, Chair. So I'm pleased that we've been able to publish this report following agreement with the Information Commissioner, and I would like to thank them for working with us. I'd also like to thank the member of our North Wales community who originally asked for this report to be released for also working with us. We're absolutely committed to being open with our community, and at the same time we need to protect personal data as we are required to do so. The mutual agreement with the Information Commissioner allows us to do both. We have reflected long and hard on the circumstances around this report and the impact that not publishing it has had on our community, including our staff. The Holden report was written 8 years ago and was written by an external investigator as a confidential report. This always limited the ability of the Health Board to publish it. Staff raised legitimate concerns that as a board we needed to ensure that any actions we took to publish did not undermine the confidence of those staff and other staff to raise concerns in the future. This is really important to ensure that our staff are protected when they do so and would risk patient safety. Taking the learning from this report, we've decided that similar reports will now automatically be written for public release through the appropriate committee. We have developed a process to ensure that this has happened, and examples of this commitment in action includes our release of the review into Llandudno hospital concerns, which went to QSC committee earlier this month, and the independent investigations into other serious occurrences which are underway now and will be reported in public to the QSC committee. We're also considering whether any other historical reports should be made public. An example of this is the review into concerns in speech and language services, which we do intend to make public. Although the Holden report described the Hergus unit in 2013, the fact this report has not been made available has damaged community confidence in us. I hope that the release of this report and our commitment to future open and transparent reporting will help to address this.
Fraser, do you want to come in?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. Na I siarad yn Gymraeg. Fel yr cyfarwyddwr gweithredol sydd yn gweithio ar y gwasanaethau iechyd meddwl erbyn hyn, dwi'n falch o gallu adrodd fod na gynnydd o fewn y tîm yn ddiweddar. Fel pob gwasanaeth sy'n ar draws Cymru a ledled Deyrnas Unedig, mae gynnon ni heria. Mae Covid dal hefo ni wrth gwrs. Mae yna galw am wasanaethau ac am lau. Wrth gwrs, mae angen i ni sicrhau fod ni'n cymysgu yn briodol yn cleifio ni. Mae yn heriol i'r staff ac i'n tîmau ni. Dwi hefyd yn cydnabod yn llwyr, a dwi'n meddwl bod y tîm yn cydnabod yr heria oedd yn y gwasanaethau yn ystod cyfnod yr adroddiad Holden yn yr uned Hergest a hefyd yn gwasanaethau fwy eang ar draws yn cymunedau ni. Ond dwi'n falch fod yr adroddiadau fwy diweddar gan yn rheolwyr annibynnol ni fel yr arolygiaeth Gofal Iechyd Cymru'r Health Inspectorate Wales yn dangos fod na gwellan yn gofal ni. Ond wrth gwrs, mwy sy'n na i'w wneud. Gyda'r tîm arweiniaeth newydd yn iechyd meddwl a'r staff sydd yn gweithio'n galad bob dydd i barhau i wneud gwelliannau, ac yn enwedig gyda'r fframwaith newydd y Target Intervention Framework, dwi yn teimlo fod ni yn wneud cynnydd ac yn gallu dangos hynny. Dwi'n gobeithio fydd yr adroddiad yma fel o Jill yn deud, yn dangos i'r gymuned yn ymrwymiad ni i fod yn agored ac adeiladu ar yr ymddiriedeth sydd angan. A dwi'n gobeithio fydd pobl yn darllen yr adroddiad ac yn gallu cydnabod i fod o'n disgrifio'r gwasanaethau 8 mlynedd yn ôl, pan o'na llawer o newidiadau. Ond wrth gwrs ers hynny, da ni'n dal i cynyddu, dal i wella, dal i gryfhau, a dwi'n gobeithio trwy wneud y gwaith yma ar hyn o bryd, byddwn ni'n gallu cynnig gwasanaethau gwell byth i bobl Gogledd Cymru a helpu i wella iechyd meddyliol a corfforol. Diolch yn iawn, Cadeirydd.
Diolch yn fawr, Tracy. Lucy?
Thank you, Chair. So there has understandably been concerns from partners and individuals in our community about the Holden report, and specifically whether the Health Board actually actioned recommendations that were made back in 2013. As Teresa's just referred to, this was many years ago, and services have changed considerably since then. But it's important for our population, patients and partners, that we are able to clearly demonstrate that we have learnt from and implemented recommendations made from any of our reviews, regardless of how the concerns originated. As Jill has referred to, we have now got a new process in place, which involves a review and agreement between the chair, myself, chief executive and deputy chief executive, to look at the terms of reference of any external reviews that need to be undertaken. And I really welcome the intention for all of these reviews in future to be commissioned on the basis that they will be able to be made public. It's important. The Health Board is going to make mistakes. All NHS organisations make mistakes. But what is paramount is that we are able to actually demonstrate learning from those mistakes. And that is what we need to be focusing on going forwards in order to provide confidence to our partners and stakeholders. So I'm glad that this is now being published, and I hope this will actually give people some more confidence that we're actually going to be delivering what we say we will be delivering. In addition to that, we've also asked for a further sort of sense check to be undertaken to make sure that any changes that were made following the Holden report back in 2013, that those changes have been sustained, and that's going to be considered again by QSE committee in future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lucy. I don't think any of us could disagree with what you just said. So we will now move on to the Targeted Intervention Improvement Framework. Jill, I suggest we take your first report as noted and focus on the second.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to put this in context, we have recently had a meeting with Welsh Government regarding our progress in targeted intervention. Whilst we haven't formally heard back from that meeting, there was positivity with regard to the way that we were moving forward with targeted intervention, or targeted improvement as we prefer to call it, and the way that the team were presenting back the evidence and how we were getting the wider organisation on board. So it was a positive meeting. In terms of the highlights from the report, it's really, if the board could note the progress that is being made in delivering, agree the self-assessment reference points across the matrices, which are currently at level 1 for all areas, and agree the target reference points for May 2022. And you'll see we've moved away from low, using the term low 1 or low 2 to just 1 on high 1 and 2 and high 2, and so forth. So you will see that the target reference points for May 2022, all ages mental health would be a high 2, strategy and planning high 2, leadership, governance and culture at 2, and engagement of 2. I'm sure that anyone that's been involved in the leadership of any of these matrices will be happy to take any questions, as I am myself. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Jill. So the report at the self-assessment item has been through a board workshop and was examined in some depth there. There have been some adjustments made, but are there any members of the board who want to raise any questions either about Jill's report or the self-assessment report, and in terms of what's proposed by way of the target assessment scores? No? Okay, so are members of the board prepared to note the items listed and to support the recommendation made?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Jill and team, and thanks to the executive leads and their teams for making the progress that you are. So we'll now move on, Jill, to the COVID update, please.
Thank you. Chris is going to share the slides. So thank you, Chris, for doing that for me. I don't think my fragile IT is going to allow that to happen for me today. So this is an update on COVID-19 across North Wales. The prevalence and impact is demonstrating, if we can go forward, Chris, that community levels are rising in some areas, and Gwynedd, for example, is now the highest in Wales, and Wrexham is also higher than the Welsh average. So we can see that the figures in North Wales are going up. We are seeing as well a slight upturn in self-isolation in the West and YG on some of the statistics that are just coming through, which would seem to be as a result of those higher levels in Gwynedd. So it certainly is still with us, and would urge everyone in our communities to support the mitigations that have been put in place in terms of reducing the spread of COVID as we go into winter. Okay, this site is demonstrating the numbers where we are seeing the highest levels by age, and you can see that age group of between the younger age groups now are the ones where we are seeing that upturn. And that is being seen in terms of how it's being spread. It's probably worth actually noting as well that we still have a number of patients still as inpatients. Some of those are very poorly. As of the 17th, there's 141 inpatients across North Wales. And again, if you read across to the figures we've seen around prevalence in Gwynedd, you'll see that the numbers in YG are increasing. And this is obviously proving challenging in terms of the other emergency activity that we're seeing across North Wales. As board are aware, we do have an executive incident management team where decisions are taken to ensure that we've got consistency across North Wales, but also that we've got the appropriate governance in place and login of those decisions that are being made. So I'm bringing them to the board to note that we have had an extension of enhanced payments for frontline staff. That's to support overtime and ensuring that we have the right staff in right place at the right time. We have updated risk assessments on movement of staff within the nursing staffing policy to reflect lessons learned from previous COVID outbreaks, but also acknowledging that we will have to move staff in order to ensure that we've got safe staffing across North Wales. Short-term amendments to opening hours of the minor injuries units in the West in order to maintain inpatient services. There was a very robust risk assessment behind that, which looked at the numbers of patients that would impact, and it was a result of staff taking posts elsewhere, but the recruitment has been successful, so it is envisaged that it will be very short term. Recommendations respect of new testing equipment. This is faster testing equipment to improve flow through our emergency departments and ensure that we're mitigating the risk of infected patients potentially going on to non-infected wards. We have also supported additional capacity in Aberconwy ward and care homes in West and East to support the increased activity we're seeing across the health board. There's big conversation which included our health and safety colleagues and our IPC colleagues around social distance requirements in COVID-19 vaccination centres. These will be the current 2 metre distancing while you're waiting post your 15 minutes post vaccine is being risk assessed on all sites, and just to assure the public this will not be reduced out with WHO guidance, and each individual area will be risk assessed. Some of them it will mean no change. And recommendations for the winter plan initiatives, Chair, which as agreed will be circulated today to IMs and the rest of the board. Do you want to go forward, Chris? So I note that Claire wants to ask about vaccination. I'll come on to that, Claire. The number of people visiting the GPs, we are seeing that is still high. And again, that is impacting our primary care colleagues. Although COVID positive patients are present in lower numbers in hospital than wave 2, you can see that there has been that slight uptick in the West, and consequently we're now seeing something in the East. Operational pressures are high across all of the sites and indeed primary care, in line with other providers in Wales and across the UK, but we're working closely with WAS colleagues and focusing on our improvement programme with our partners to ensure that we can learn lessons and certainly release ambulances in a timely way. So we're ready for the new national standards for ambulance turnaround times, and working hard to ensure that we can comply with those. We're completely aware of the impact that this does have on patients who are waiting in our community when ambulances can't be released because they're outside of our hospitals, and recognise the consequential harm of that. We're very, very keen, as our clinicians are, to improve our position in there. Already discussed Aberconwy ward, so that additional ward for patients fit for discharge has been opened. It's phased opened to ensure that we've got safe staffing across the ward, but that is now open, and the winter schemes to value of 1.2 million have been approved. We do have a plan for RSV in children, so respiratory conditions in children, but because we are expecting an upsurge in that, but at the moment there is not really impacting our hospital admissions. we do know, and the board is very well aware of the system pressures which are causing delays placing patients in domiciliary and residential care. And again, this isn't localised to North Wales, it is UK-wide. Teresa, do you want to pick up Test, Trace and Protect?
Diolch yn fawr, Jill. Thank you. Wel, na i ddechrau fo profi fel dwi bob tro, a pwy sy'n meddwl fod gynnon ni system TTP dal i fynd. Ond o ran y gwaith profi, da ni wedi gweld mymryn o leihad yn y gymuned o ofyn profi, mae hynna wedi cynyddu, swn i'n dweud, yn y dyddiau dwytha yma ochr Gwynedd. Ond da ni yn gweld galw cynyddol erbyn hyn oherwydd y sgrinio da ni'n neud i derbyn cleifion i fewn i'n gwasanaethau ni, a hefyd yn sgrinio cleifion mewnol ni. Wedyn mae'r tîm yn cyn brysured ag erioed, ac wrth gwrs mi ro yna newidiadau i'r system hunan ynysu o'r 9 ar 20 o Hydref. O ran y gwaith orhain, a mi fyddwch chi'n ymwybodol bod yr cyllid wedi i cadarnhau erbyn hyn tan mis Mehefin. Mae wedi bod yn brysur i'r tîm, ond diolch byth mae'r niferoedd wedi lleihau. Wrth gwrs, fel dwi'n dweud bob tro, mae hwn yn system partneriaethol ar draws Gogledd Cymru sy'n helpu y gwaith. Maen nhw wedi ymdrin hefo dros 3,000 o achosion erbyn hyn yn y 7 diwrnod blaenorol, a mae'r cysylltiadau dal yn uchel, a mi fysa rhywun yn disgwyl hynna gafon ni mewn cyfnod lefel 0. Ond rhaid mi ddeud diolch i'n partneriaid i gyd am ddal ati i helpu efo'r gwaith orlaen. Di ddim yn hawdd, mae o'n waith calad, ond mae o'n waith sydd yn gwneud gwahaniaeth, a mae yna dystiolaeth i hynny. O ran y Protect, y gwaith amddiffyn, mae'r 6 hwb erbyn hyn yn agored ar draws Gogledd Cymru. Mae yna un ym mhob sir. Dwi'n falch iawn o'r gwaith. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen at gallu rhannu adroddiadau hefo chi ynglyn â'r gwahaniaeth mae'r gwaith yma yn ei wneud ar gyfer ein poblogaeth ni. Ac mae gynnon ni erbyn hyn cyllid wedi ei gadarnhau tan ddiwedd mis Mawrth 22. Mae o yn waith da, ond mae diolch byth bod gynnon ni un hwb ym mhob sir, a mae yna llawer o craffu wedi bod ar hwn o ar draws gweddill Cymru. A felly i orffan, felly na i sôn am y risg fwyaf, a rhaid mi ddeud capacity y gweithlu ydy'r broblem fwyaf, ffeindio problem pobl i'n helpu ni i brofi ac hefyd i orhain ar draws yn cymunedau ni. Di hynna yn hawdd, ond dwi'n gwybod fod o'n rhywbeth mae Jill a'r tîm a pawb ohono ni yn cael yn herio hefo, ond da ni'n trio gweithio wahanol mwyn cael ymateb gwahanol. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Jill.
Thank you, Teresa. So I'll give you an update on the vaccination programme. Probably the figures speak for themselves in terms of the number of vaccines that we have given across North Wales, including the progress we've made to the 3rd and booster doses. I would want to take this opportunity to encourage people, given the figures that we discussed earlier, to step forward for their 2nd and 3rd and booster doses and let us know if that is a problem. We are keen for everyone to have their access to the vaccine. Chris, if you wouldn't mind. So the vaccination booster programme commenced on the 13th of September. The care home booster doses was completed by the end of October. It's probably worth making the point here that the booster programme is primarily the Pfizer vaccine, and as a consequence of that, individual GPs to access to give the support the vaccination programme in terms of in the way that they did with AstraZeneca, and not least this is because the requirements around the wait time after Pfizer and the storage that is required to keep the Pfizer vaccine compliant with the JCVI. However, we have had good input from primary care, and we are now reaching out to pharmacists who are stepping forward to support us with the continuation of the vaccination programme. Our 12 to 15-year-olds are being invited, and walk-in appointments are now available for this group at specific clinics on vaccination sites to enable them to access this vaccine. And the immunosuppressed are being booked in for their 3rd doses. This is being guided by their clinician. So we are taking advice from their clinicians on appropriateness and dependent on their treatment. Chris? So this gives the overview of where we're up against the JCVI cohorts and the progress that has been made across North Wales. And I'd like to thank all of those people that have been involved in this programme, from local authority partners who have helped us to establish vaccination centres, to our staff, to our GPs, to our pharmacists who have helped to make this happen, and indeed for the support of the public. Chris? So again, this confirms the number of booster vaccinations and the progress that we have seen, but also those that are currently unbooked and people that have cancelled. So again, just want to reiterate that we are keen for people to step forward and have that booster vaccination. It makes a significant impact on protection against COVID. So as I've already outlined, the booster programme is more difficult to administer because Pfizer being the preferred vaccine. That has meant that our primary care colleagues have had to step away, not because they don't want to do the programme, but because it is incredibly difficult for them to do that and undertake the level of primary care day-to-day work which we need them to do. We have, as the board is aware, had to change locations for some of our mass vaccination centres, and again that has led to reduced capacity. There have been concerns raised about the respect of travelling distances and queues at vaccination centres. So we are continually seeking additional sites, and we are working with community transport providers and third sector to be able to signpost people to transport options. We're also working with the national programme for those people who are receiving care in their own homes to enable us to ensure that they get the booster vaccine via our district nursing teams and others. And continue to promote the messages and signpost people to sources of information and advice that are out there for them. As I say, we are keen that to hear from people who are struggling, keen to support anyone to receive that vaccination booster, or indeed for children their first vaccination. We talked about our winter plan earlier, Chairman. This and the flu vaccination campaign are really key elements of preparedness for winter. I think myself and colleagues will be happy to take questions. I've seen a number of hands go up.
Thanks, Jill, and thanks from me for including the additional information about operational pressures and also booster vaccination programme. So turning to questions, Claire first.
Jill, Chair. It was a question for Jill, first of all, about why Pfizer is the preferred vaccine for the 3rd dose, because obviously that's one of the reasons that there's challenges around transport and GP surgeries not being able to be used to the same extent. So it's just I guess an understanding type question. Is it because of its effectiveness? And then secondly, this week we've heard some English announcements around second vaccinations being now recommended for 16 to 19-year-olds, and I might have missed it, but I've not picked up any announcements from the Welsh Government about what the plans are for Wales. So it was just whether you could confirm to us whether we'll be taking the same approach as in England. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thanks for those questions. In terms of the vaccine preference, I think logistically that was the vaccine that's been available to us. We're also now seeing some Moderna being offered to us, and we are in conversations, and I think referred to them, about what AstraZeneca vaccine is available, particularly for those people who are in their own homes, because it is quite difficult for someone to stay with someone for 15 minutes whilst we ensure that there's no reaction to the vaccine. So we're constantly working on what the options are, but in terms of the initial decision, that was the vaccine that was made available to us, Claire. In terms of the second vaccination for children, the vaccination, you are right, was made in England. I've not heard of any follow through in Wales at the moment, but I will happily come back to you once I've checked that. Unfortunately, Claire, I've been off for the last couple of days, but I will check that and come back to you. But I am not, and I do check this, made aware of a change in the Welsh approach.
Thank you.
Okay, Lynn, next, please.
Thank you, Jill, and thank you, Chris. There's no reference in your report about staff vaccinations. Is this an issue, or is it proposed to include it in future plans?
Can provide you with that, Lynn. Happy to provide that, and can include it in future plans. Obviously, that number will change as we take people on, but we've had that conversation before, so happy to include that, Lynn. What we don't have, before you may be asking, is you'll know that England has made a commitment to NHS staff being mandated. That decision hasn't been made yet in Wales.
Thank you.
Sue, did you want to come in on that subject?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So Lynn, in terms of the last data, and clearly we'll include the up-to-date data in the information moving forward. We'd vaccinated just over 11,000 staff with their third vaccine. Part of the reason I'm saying third vaccine is for some it's their third primary dose, and a further booster will be required in 6 months for those who are clinically extremely vulnerable. But for the rest of our workforce, clearly we're trying to promote as many to seek their third vaccination as possible. And just in terms of flu, we're up to about 42% back end of last week. We're working hard to make sure we increase that coverage as we did last year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Teresa, while we're on the subject of flu, did you want to talk about the wider flu programme?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. Da ni'n dechrau cael y ffigurau fewn rwan ar gyfer brechiadau ffliw yn y gymuned. Dwi'n falch o ddeud fod 63% o'n poblogaeth dros 65 oed wedi cael ei brechu erbyn hyn. Mae hynny'n dros 100,000 o bobl wedi brechu a wedi wrth gwrs wedi diogelu hefo'r brechu'n ffliw cystal gellwn ni. Mae Cymru a lefel 62%. A pan dwi'n edrych at y grwpiau at risg o dan 65 oed, mae bron i 28,000 wedi cael ei brechu erbyn hyn, sef 30% o'r grŵp. Wedyn mae gennym ni lawer o waith i wneud y fanna. Ond mae hynny'n, pan da chi'n edrych ar y ffigwr yna yn erbyn Cymru yn ei gyfanrwydd, mae Cymru a lefel 28%, wedyn unwaith eto, da ni'n mymryn yn uwch. Wedyn dwi yn deud wrth bawb rhyw fath a Jill, please ewch ati i cael eich brechlyn, os ydych chi'n cael cynnig brechlyn ffliw a Covid, please ewch amdanyn nhw. Mae nhw'n brechlynau di'r pethau gorau allwn ni'n wneud i diogelu pobl yn cymunedau ni. Da ni'n gwybod hynny ers blynyddoedd. Wedyn, unwaith eto, dwi'n dweud mae ffliw yn gallu lladd, mae angen i bobl mynd am ei brechlyn, a dwi'n ddiolchgar i bob un sydd wedi mynd yn barod. Diolch yn iawn, Cadeirydd.
Diolch, Teresa. Jackie?
Thank you, Chair. Just two very quick questions. One in terms of the numbers of cancellations of vaccinations. I was just wondering if that number actually includes people who have cancelled and rebooked, or whether it is just purely people who have cancelled completely. And the second question is about capacity to offer boosters to our inpatients currently, and whether that's a feasible thought. Thank you.
Sorry, Jackie, would you mind saying the second part of your question?
Whether we have any capacity to offer boosters to any of our inpatients, and whether we've considered that as a mechanism to make sure that some patients at least will get their boosters in a timely fashion.
Thank you, Jackie. Sorry to ask you to repeat that second one. I can't answer in terms of the cancelled, but I will come back to you, Jackie, and I'll respond to the whole board so that you are aware on that. I suspect it includes those that have rebooked because we're giving appointments out by letter. People will be phoning in saying that is not convenient for me. So I will follow through on what the numbers are for each, if that's okay. In terms of the inpatients, yes, we are doing inpatients where we can. And just in terms of the previous question, the Welsh Government guidance has just been updated to include second dose for 16, 17-year-olds.
Thanks, Jill.
Thanks, Jill. So we'll go to Cheryl next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for that, Jill. Yes, a couple of questions and an update. My first question, given the widespread Arriva transport strike we've got, are we seeing a big upturn in cancellations amongst more vulnerable groups? I'm not sure you have the figures with you now, but maybe you could look into that. That was the first one. The second one, do we still have in all our hospitals the sanitising stations and the mask points that we have been having? That's a second one, and then I have an observation after. Thank you.
So in terms of the first one, you're quite right, Gerald, I don't have all the detail, but what I can tell you is that our EPRR lead is working with local authority partners on what we can do to mitigate the impact of any Arriva action. So we are engaged in that, and a plan is being pulled together. That I haven't seen the plan final yet, but I have had an update from our EPRR lead, so I can say very clearly that we are involved in that. In terms of the access to masks and gel, etc., I have asked our new IPC lead to do a report against all of our sites. I have received that report, Cheryl. That it would appear at first sight that we are doing that across all our areas. The consistency of it is something that she is addressing, but yes, there is gel and masks available.
Thank you very much for that, Jill, and say I'd appreciate those figures. I know that our local authority colleagues are trying to organise transport for people to get their boosters and their doses, and local councils like myself are doing individual schemes to help people. And just my last point was I met with the ministers yesterday, myself and other colleagues from across Wales, and we couldn't emphasise enough the severity of the situation in domiciliary care and care homes, and we've asked for urgent resources to be put into this, financial resources to be put into this area this side of Christmas, not after Christmas. So hopefully the ministers will have listened to us yesterday, so fingers crossed for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cheryl. And as you know, we're working with Welsh Government and partners to press home that message as well.
Okay, thanks both. So I'm going to take 3 more questions, then I'm going to move us on. Before I go to those questions, Sue, did you want to come in on the last exchange?
Thanks, Chairman. I just want to highlight that we're on day 3 of the Health and Safety Executive inspection One of the areas is our COVID secure measures. They have fed back that our COVID secure signage, our meet and greet, including masks and sanitizer availability at our acute sites, particularly because that's where they're focused for this inspection, have been positive. We will receive an external report from the HSE on the question that Cheryl's just asked as well, and they were very complimentary around the measures taken by local nursing teams, IPC and health and safety so far. Clearly we're on day 3, so there may be more challenges, but I wanted to feed that back given Cheryl's question. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. So John Galanders is next.
Thank you, Chair. Two points, if I may. One is in relation to schools. In England, they're actually delivering the COVID vaccines by going into schools in order to actually hit larger numbers. So the first question is that something we're actually considering at all in the North Wales region? And the second point is around the flu vaccines and the availability, and the fact that there is shortages in a number of places across North Wales for the vaccine at the moment. So the question on that really is, what level of assurance have we got that the demand from the public from the flu vaccines will actually be met at community level, because there are significant problems in some places at the moment. Thank you.
Jill, do you want to deal with the first point, and then Tracy deals with the second?
Yes, happy to do so. I was going to ask if Teresa could pick up the second point. So thank you. And can I just say welcome to John? So it's good to have you on the board, John. Children are coming to us at present, so that's why we've added the walk-in sessions to support as much flexibility as we can. Our take-up rates are very similar to England, but I'm certainly happy to look outside of what the options are about supporting our schools. But I know that this has been part of an ongoing conversation, so it's not something we've not done or not considered. We're just looking at all the options that are available to us and not trying to disrupt education as well. So happy to put that back in the mix again.
Diolch fawr a croeso John, rhydd all a Jill, braf gweld chi. Dwi'n ymwybodol, Jill, fel mae digwydd bod yna sgyrsiau ynglyn ysgolion, dim ond o ran rhydd fath a John trio meddwl sut mae gallu brechu gymaint o sy'n bosib a wneud hynna'n hawdd i'r plant ac i'r teuluodd. Ond dwi'n gwybod bod y sgwrs yna'n digwydd yn y cefndir fel oeddech chi'n sôn, Jill. O ran yr ail cwestiwn, prinder y vaccin, dwi'n gwybod bod yna mymryn o brinder di bod a bod yn fferyllwyr yn arbennig, ond hefyd eraill yn deud yn dod gan y vaccin. Dwi'n teimlo fod y sgyrsiau yna'n symud ymlaen fel dan i bob flwyddyn am adeg y ffliw. Does gen i'n pryderon mowr ar hyn o bryd. Dwi'n meddwl mae jyst trio cael digon a falch o ddeud fe yna gymaint o bobl di cymryd y brechlyn. Mae hynna'n rhan o'r her i ni, ond dwi'n falch fod pobl di cymryd y brechlyn yn gynnar. Ond mae'r sgyrsiau'n dal i fynd o ran wneud yn siŵr bod yna digon o supply yn dod i fewn o'r brechlyn ffliw. Diolch yn fawr.
Oh, Teresa. So final two questions from John, then Richard.
Thanks, Mark. I had 3 points, but two are brief ones. One was where do we stand in terms of capacity of inpatients compared to where we were in the first wave. Second one was a language one in terms of what's the difference between a booster and third dose, because it feels like we're using them interchangeably. But the more substantive question was around capacity again. What are we doing about the sort of lack of capacity around vaccination centres? Because I wasn't clear what we're doing, even though it's noted in the report. But in particular, in terms of things like queue management, because in going past the optic centre, for example, I seen queues out of the door, but it didn't feel like there was any queue management for anybody that might be infirm or unable to stand for a long time.
Jill, do you want to pick that up? I mean, there's been quite a lot of conversations about capacity, isn't there, and queuing and the like, but can you respond to John's points, please?
Sorry, I missed half of what you said, Mark, but I'll do my best to answer the questions that John's raised. So in terms of the vaccination centres, John, we are constantly looking at options with partners of where we can do pop-up vaccination centres, as well as looking at other buildings, including, as I said, we're working with local pharmacies now. A number of pharmacies have come forward to offer more local solutions. We're acutely aware of people waiting outside our vaccination centres, and we are reinforcing the message that could people turn up on time for their appointment, because we are taking people in the time of their appointment. So it doesn't matter what time you turn up, it will be the time of your appointment. In terms of the point you made, John, that you've seen people who are elderly and infirm not being given support in the queue, I will take that away, because clearly that is not something we would wish to support. We need to ensure that our most vulnerable of our population, they're not always the oldest members of our population, are given as much support as they can in order to attend the vaccination centres. In terms of the operational pressures, I think that was the third question you asked. I think I'm doing them in reverse order, John, but I think that was the third question. I can give you the exact figures outside. I don't have them here right now, but as indicated in the update, we are looking at opportunities where we can surge activity. So you have seen that we've taken up additional ward space. We are looking at what areas that we can surge in order to support our patient population. Clearly, the limiting factor on this, John, is our staff as well. So, but we continue to do so. Happy to give you the precise numbers outside.
All right, thanks, Jill. I was just concerned about the comparison and whether we got the capacity. I don't need the precise numbers at this point in time, but thank you.
Thanks, John. Teresa, did you want to come in?
I'll speak in English if it helps. Just on the dosages, so the third dose and the booster dose are different. So the third dose really is being offered to those people with a weakened or severely weakened immunity system. So actually that is for them a real top up to make sure that we get them to the level that they need of protection, because of course they need that full immune response. So they have a third response. The booster dose is different, and there is a top up for those of us who should have got a good immune response from the first two, but it is a top up so that it extends the duration of the protection for the individual. So the two are different. They're counted different, but equally quite often they're rounded into one in terms of just making it easier. So third and booster are different. I don't know if that answers your question, John.
Yes, thanks, Teresa.
Thanks, Teresa. Finally, Richard.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions about vaccination rates for 12 to 17-year-olds, where according to the table, I see the percentage who've had the first dose is 65%. The percentage who've had the second dose is only 4%, which seems very low. And I was wondering if you could possibly explain why it is so low. Is it just a product of the calendar and the necessary interval of time between first and second doses, bearing in mind that this group was a group that started relatively late in the process? Or are there other factors in play, in which case what are they and how are we dealing with them? And secondly, leading on from that, you say that 12 to 15-year-olds are being invited to engage with the process by letter. Bearing in mind that we're talking about a group of the population that stereotypically spends its entire life staring into its mobile phone and on Facebook and Twitter and doing text messages, is communicating by letter possibly a bit 20th century? Have we considered direct communication via social media or text as opposed to just generalized announcements to the public at large by those methods? And if we have, do we have any information on what the difference in response rates are for the what I'll call the 21st century methods of communication as opposed to letter? Thank you, Chair.
So again, welcome, Richard. It's good to have you on board, if you'll excuse the pun. So in terms of your first question, is about timing, is about the gap. And that is where we're seeing, that's why you're seeing a time lag between the first and the second, because we're continuing to do the first as the time lapses with the second dose. In terms of your point about letters and social media, yes, we do reach out by social media, and we are looking at how we can ensure that we reach out to those people in a very different way. Hence the response that we've opened up to walk-in, because that was something people were saying that, you know, we'd rather come when it's convenient for us than convenient for you, if you'll excuse that. So we do continue to use the social media approach, and we're working with young people as well to see how we can best reach out to them.
Thank you very much.
I did ask another question, sorry. I
asked if we used direct communication with this group via social media and text, whether we had indication of the relative successes of that as opposed to letter, just for future reference and future campaign purposes.
I'll take that outside if you wouldn't mind, Richard, because I don't have those figures.
Thank you. And I'd echo John Galander's earlier observation about schools as well. I think it's very valid.
Yeah, and absolutely, and taking that on board, because as I say, I know it has been discussed, and we've also discussed how we can use schools out of hours and in holidays, as well as vaccination centres.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
There has been a lot of activity with children, because I've met with school nurses on the patch and health visitors. So they are very proactive around school-aged children. I thought they were going to schools in some instances, Jill, but I stand to be corrected. Sue, I'm closing.
I think they have been, Mark, but I'm not sure to what extent, certainly not to the same level as they have. So I'll take that outside and see how we're taking it forward. The other issue is, again, ensuring that we've got a consistent offer across the patch. So I will take that away.
Okay, I'm going to draw that conversation to a close now and move us on, because we are now running late already. The next item is an item for consent that concerns the section 12.2 doctors. Are you happy to take it by consent and to adopt the recommendation set out for the board?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the next item is also for consent regarding emergency scheme for reservation and delegation, which Louise has provided. There is a recommendation there. Are you happy to take it by consent and go with the recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Right, so we now move on to transformation update. Chris.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased that we're in a position to put this in front of you today. I'm going to introduce Paolo Tardabal, who is our recently appointed Director of Transformation. On that note, I'll hand over to Paolo to skillfully take us through the paper. Thank you.
Boa, good morning. I wanted to give you an update on the strategy and approach we're taking with a new transformation and improvement function. I'll take the paper as read, but I wanted to highlight a few important points and take any questions or feedback from the board. So firstly, the team is focused on delivering outcomes which will make the biggest difference for the people of North Wales and in a financially sustainable way, which is really a key balance we're trying to strike and make sure that this is a core part of our prioritisation methodology. The team is on a journey, but will be a single point of orchestration, prioritisation and a centre of excellence for all the transformation and improvement work across the Health Board. There's a lot of work already underway to get there, pulling in what's going on across the organisation, setting up the right controls and governance, as well as masses of recruitment, but we're making good progress. A key ambition is to create a self-improving organisation and that all the transformation and improvement work is always clinically led. This is all about harnessing the power and expertise and experience of our 18,000 strong team. In terms of reporting, we're proposing that specific project and programme reporting will be handled through the newly formed transformation group into executive delivery group for transformation and finance, with highlight reporting going to the PFIG, the Performance Finance Information Governance Committee. We'll bring a further progress and discussion on this topic to the board workshop in a couple of weeks, which is on the 2nd of December, but happy to take any immediate questions or comments now.
Thanks, Paolo. Thanks, Chris. John, then Lynn.
Thanks, Mark. If I can manage to click a button, I'll speak. Thanks, Paolo. I've got 2 or 3 sort of observations and questions from the report. One was, what is the team structure and when will it be considered established? No, I'm coming from a past history where it's been felt that we haven't had enough capacity to be able to handle transformation. Second one was, you talk in the paper in terms of a history of improvement in recent years being focused on cost savings. And I suppose my observation is that I don't think that was the expectation that we had as a board, that it was just focused on cost savings. It might have been the experience, but it's just concerning that that's the tone. Third point is, you reference, regardless of the difference between transformation and improvement, both are most effective when clinically led. And whilst I would tend to agree a little bit, I'm not sure that's been our experience. There's been a number of examples over the years where that clinically led element has not led to the transformation. And so it needs some other element as well with it to be able to make sure that we deliver transformation rather than it being just focused on something, forgive the terminology, more parochial. And then the final point was, because I've seen it elsewhere work well, do we need something that is focused on benefits realization? Somebody specifically with that responsibility to make sure business cases are properly formed and that we are chasing that realization of benefits as programs are pursued and delivered. There's a lot there, sorry.
Yeah, no, I've made notes as I've gone, so hopefully I'll remember those in the order that they came. And indeed, I'll make sure that we cover a lot more detail on this when we get to the board workshop in a couple of weeks' time, and we can have a bit more time to discuss. In terms of the team structure, we're broadly kind of breaking it into an improvement section of the team, which will focus on rolling out continuous improvement. And what we're trying to do there is to almost lower the bar of access of the organization to kind of get involved in improvement, as opposed to just being able to do kind of a 5-day improvement course and need a lot of commitment and a lot of time to get involved in that. But also kind of trying to get people involved in doing improvement without having to do all that lengthy training, and can kind of really getting much larger numbers through that. As part of that improvement function, we'll also have some resource that are specialists in improvement. So a lot of the things that you were talking about, benefit realization and benefit methodologies, and making sure we've got the right rigor in that space, they'll be able to support both the kind of the operational units as well as the central programs. So that's the improvement function. We're forming a programs function where we'll make sure that we've got kind of central program orchestration. At the moment, everything is kind of disparate into the different units. So we're trying to pull that together and make sure we've got a single center of excellence for program management, project management. It's all done in a consistent way with the right professional development for those individuals as well, and making sure that that's structured in the right way. We're putting in place a flexible resource pool to be able to have project managers that we can host centrally and loan out to the operational and clinical units to help them do smaller projects, but as well as focusing that resource on the big programs and transformation. One of those big programs will be our pathways work, which is going to be critical for us, making sure that we've got end-to-end pathways that are both internally and externally facing, and that we're transforming and improving those pathways as we go. We'll have a value-based care function, which will be making sure that we champion that methodology and way of thinking around the organization, both within the transformation and improvement and just generally in the organization. And it's threaded into our DNA. So that will be close to the point on benefits realization as well. So between them and what we're calling our transformation and improvement office, formerly kind of PMO type of territory, but a slightly different scope, value tracking both through for patient experiential terms, but also financial terms, is going to be a core part of what they do, making sure that we're really clear on what benefits we're bringing to both those categories of things, what the benefit profile is, what have we actually delivered, making sure that there's no double counting of things that may be overlapping, and making sure that is done properly. And as you mentioned, that the business cases that come through have the proper amount of rigor and consideration from an improvement perspective. And then from a capacity perspective, I think one of the big things that we're going to be making sure that we do is to try and make sure we've got effective prioritization in place, and not just kind of take good ideas as they come along and just have stacks and stacks of those things that are operating. and try and make sure that we're doing fewer, bigger things better, I guess, is the mantra that we're going to try and bring in place in that space. So that will make sure that we're using our capacity more effectively. In terms of the second point on the cost saving, I suppose I was more mentioning the improvement function that I inherited, which was relatively small, had through financial recovery times been quite rightly probably focused on making sure that we were saving the right amount of money. I wouldn't say that was a comment across the whole health board. Clearly, almost all the organisation will be focused on making things better for patients. But as a capability that existed and was quite small, it was, I believe, obviously only been here a few weeks, but I believe was centred on those kinds of projects, which is something that is important for us to reflect on, but also to make sure that when we go back out and we relaunch to the wider organisation and beyond and our partners, that we make sure we lead with patient experience and making things better for the patients, and that we will also be tracking financial improvements, which is also very important because we've got to make sure we've got good return on investment. But the mandate that we bring is to make things better for patients, and hopefully that will help by getting people on board with our journey and reinvigorating and inspiring the organisation to go again on some of these improvements. In terms of clinically led, yeah, it's a really a fine balance to strike. We need to absolutely make sure that everything we're doing is supported, understood, and from a clinical perspective, but also from the frontline staff, whether they be clinical or operational. We will be with them 100%, kind of holding hands down the garden path, if you like, in terms of how we kind of develop the initiatives and how we make sure we've got the right rigor in place. But what I've seen work badly in the past is when you don't have that specialist knowledge involved and integrated right from the outset, it can go wrong for completely different reasons. The program and project's got lots of rigor, but isn't endorsed by the subject matter experts and the people who actually got to deliver it at the outset. So really, that's the sentiment that we're bringing in terms of clinically led. And the last point on benefits realisation, I think I've covered as I did the former bits.
All right, thanks, Paolo. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
That's very clear. Thanks, Paolo. So we'll go to Lynn next.
Thank you, Paolo. I know you've only been here a very short time and you have reflected on what's gone previously. I would just like to make sure that the learning from the past few years is taken into account. And it's like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There may have been good issues, but they need to be enhanced and elevated to take this forward. I'd like to just refer to what John said about clinically led. And this might be me just being absolutely pedantic, but my interpretation of clinically led are the clinicians. However, as important as they are and as much as we need their involvement, there's a whole vast of allied professionals in this organisation that need to feel involved and participate in leadership. And I just felt that the emphasis on the word clinically led could distract from all the groups that you're using, which you did explain. So I think it's just a play on words to make it more encompassing for all our groups of staff. Thank you.
Really good points on the learning from the past, and absolutely, I think there'll be some great ideas that we could reinvigorate and make sure they got the right support to be successful, and we'll also be kind of horizon scanning what's going on, in the other parts of Wales, in the UK, across the world as well, because there's loads of great ideas that have been around the place. So reuse and making sure that we get the best value out of what has already happened, I think is kind of high on the agenda. I think that's a really good point on clinically led. I think it's probably a reaction to make sure that the clinicians feel like they're involved, but there are a broader community of people who we need to also equally make sure feel involved and empowered by this. So we'll take that away and see whether we can tweak some of the material on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Claire?
Thanks, Paolo. That was a really interesting presentation, and I really support the direction that we're heading with this to get more strategic and more coordinated. I guess my question also links back to the vision, because the way we'll measure our success is, or we'll measure performance and progress is against how far we've moved in terms of delivering the vision. And I'm not normally known for, if you like, suggesting that we ought to draw back on ambition. I'm usually the person in the room who always suggests we ought to be more ambitious, but I'm just conscious that the wording in the start of the vision talks about having people having a perfect experience. And I guess I'm just really challenging that word perfect. I think we absolutely want people to have an excellent experience or a first class experience, but I just want to see that we're able to positively measure where we're going and not perhaps be held back by, well, can we really say this was perfect? So it's just a question about the vision. And I'm just conscious that today we are being asked to endorse the strategy. So even though there is a workshop coming up in a few weeks, we're being asked really to support things as they stand. So that's just a suggestion again around the wording in the vision. Thanks.
Great, yeah, and we'll take all this feedback on board and make sure that we kind of reflect it going forward. I think I think it's the right thing to do to have high ambitions and to make sure you kind of shooting for the stars, even if you end up hitting the moon, you know, in kind of that kind of analogy. I think what we're trying to do is to pursue the perfect experience, but I take the point around making sure that we don't let perfect get in the way of good enough of some of these things is another bit that we're very kind of keen to do, because otherwise you can end up spending a huge amount of time on something trying to get it all the way there to 100% when 99.9% is absolutely good enough in those circumstances. So no, we'll take that back and think about how we reflect that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. Finally, Nikki.
Thank you, Paolo. So I fully support the direction of travel in the documentation. My question sort of links with Lynn's in terms of where does the prevention agenda fit with this? Because this is a really important component of our transformation of our services.
Yeah, and prevention is absolutely going to be core to some of the streams of work that we pull together in this space. We're going to need to make sure that demand coming through the door is absolutely reduced in order for us to be effective, rather than just trying to be as efficient and effective with the work that we have to get onto. So we're trying to line up behind. I know there's been lots of discussion at board around the kind of strategic plans and strategic ambitions, but one of those, as those get firmed up, will absolutely be around prevention and also kind of health equalities and those kinds of things, to make sure that we've got a full breadth of coverage of the interventions that we're bringing in place. So yeah, absolutely, it will be part of the work program and making sure that we try and act in that space as well.
And I just wonder whether it should be pulled out more strongly in the documentation as we move forward.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a good shout as well. Yeah, we'll look at that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paolo and Chris. I think it's important that we all recognise, there's been some acknowledgement of this, that this is now the focus of the organisation to change the approach to transformation and improvement moving forward, and the fact that that's been a long-standing concern in the past, and the investment that's now being made in Paolo and team is intended to realise the benefits that others have highlighted and described. This is also the first time that we've seen laid out a strategy for pursuing transformation and improvement, and I think that's important too. One of the things, Chris and Paolo, you'll be alive to is the temptation for any team like this to become overwhelmed, and for the rest of the organisation to start to pass anything that might be capable of being described as transformation improvement into the centre. And no doubt you're alive to that, Chris.
Very much so, Mark. The only way this works is if everybody has, if you excuse the saying, skin in the game. Everybody has got to be part of this, and we can come alongside to support people. But it is support, not taking on the responsibility. And we're really clear in terms of how our structures will support that going forward.
Okay, and then finally for me, I think the focus on value is clearly important in a number of different senses. And the organisation, for perhaps understandable reasons, has not been very good in the past in deciding what it was going to stop doing rather than continuing to do or accepting. And that will need to be a focus, notwithstanding the fact we're a health organisation. But it's good to see that reference, Paolo, Chris, in the presentation. Okay, so Paolo, there are a number of requests there that you've sought to respond to, and you have very well. So can we agree with your commitment to seek to provide that additional reassurance power when we come together as a board to discuss this further at a workshop?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So are colleagues happy to endorse the transformation improvement strategy and the approach outlined in the paper?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks everyone. We'll now move on to strategy development. Thanks, Paolo. See you again. Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. There is a slide pack, which is the paper in the pack. I won't go through that, and we'll take that as read, but we'll perhaps just draw out a couple of key points. The first is, as you'll see, reference to living healthy, staying well. We have, as you know, had a recent engagement period to refresh that strategy. The feedback report is due imminently, but having seen the feedback, it very clearly supports the goals within the strategy and that they continue to be relevant, which is really good to see. However, other feedback coming through that also clearly demonstrated that there's an opportunity for us to communicate our plans and our goals more simply and succinctly. I think we would all recognise that, and I'll expand briefly upon that in a minute. But before I do that, the other thing I would like to just draw out from the paper is the progress with our clinical services strategy. We're making good progress now under the leadership of Nick, our Executive Medical Director. We have a clinical senate now coming together to test and shape our clinical strategy, and it's important to recognise that that sits alongside a strengthened public voice too. We are currently on track for a strategy being before you by the end of March 22, and that's a really important step, and that strategy will follow through in terms of how we do our 3-year planning. I said that I was going to briefly come back to the work on simplifying how we communicate the priorities, and this has come through with the Stronger Together work, which board members will also be aware of. We've taken an opportunity to have a really good look nationally and internationally at how other organisations have handled this challenge, and it is a challenge for every healthcare organisation and the complexity of their work. It'll come as no surprise that one of the very consistent features across all high functioning healthcare organisations, I think without exception, is that they all have that simplicity of message when it comes to their strategic direction, their goals, their vision. We're close now, I think, to having a Betsy Cadwallader plan on a page, which will distill down that strategic approach and provide that level of clarity. We are working through some of the finer points of that at the moment, but they will flow through as a framework into our 3-year plan, which will come to the board shortly. And I think that's a huge step forward in terms of how we explain that clarity, and in doing so then allow both the public and our staff to better help us to shape our direction. I think I will stop there and pick up any questions.
Thanks, Chris. Before you do, Chris, I'm conscious of the fact that the draft plan for next year was discussed at the executive team recently and is coming to a workshop. How is that progressing, Chris?
That's progressing well. I mean, it's a stressful point in time at the moment as everything comes together just ahead of that, and as members will be aware, this is the first year that we will be submitting a 3-year plan rather than an annual plan. We are entirely on track to having that document in front of you next month, as we're promised. There is some tidying up being done at the moment, but one of the huge step forwards this year, besides the flow of the document fitting with our strategic ambitions, has been how we've done this all the way through as a partnership with colleagues from our workforce teams and from finance teams, working alongside to ensure that whatever we put in front of you next month is achievable, both financially and in terms of our people resource. So good progress, and would expect that to be with you next month as promised.
Thanks, Chris. Linda?
Diolch yn fawr, Chris, a mae'n braf gweld y cynnydd sydd yn cael ei gwneud. Be ydy lefel o hyder chi ar hyn o bryd fod ni yn mynd i cyrraedd y dyddiad targed? Dwi yn pryderu chydig bach, mae yna gymaint ar y gweill, a mae rhan fwy ohono fo'n positif iawn, a dwi'n siŵr fel bwrdd byddwn ni'n croesawu'r holl gwaith caled sydd yn cael ei gwneud gan bawb. Ond da chi yn teimlo'n hyderus mi fydd hyn yn cyrraedd y nod. Dwi'n sylwi enghraifft, bydd y tîm ar gyfer ymgynghori ac ymgysylltu ddim yn dechrau gwaith tan Rhagfyr yma. A mae hwnna'n elfen bwysig, wrth gwrs, o unrhyw strategaeth sydd yn dod â popeth at ei gilydd. Felly, hwyrach bod yn anheg i gofyn y cwestiwn i chi ar hyn o bryd, ond ydych chi yn hollol hyderus mi fydd popeth yn dod i gilydd yn yr amserlen sydd wedi cael ei benodi yn y dogfen? Diolch.
Thank you, Linda. I am absolutely confident that the amount of enthusiasm, support and working across teams in delivering this is it has a level of freshness and ambition that I haven't seen in the organisation for a long time, and I think that's great, and I think that's key to us delivering on time. And I am confident then that on the back of that we will deliver this in time. It is going to be difficult, but we recognise that the clinical services strategy needs to be in place, and that's a key step as just one of them. Of course, a clinical services strategy by March this year won't look like a clinical services strategy in a few years' time after years of iteration. But it will be a strong starting point upon which we can confidently then plan in a more connected way. So I am confident, although, as I say, the timescales are ambitious.
Diolch yn fawr.
Nick, do you want to come back in or come in on this particular subject before I bring to Claire in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm confident that we will have a strategy there by March and support everything that Chris has said. I suppose for me, there is the management of expectations a little. The clinical strategy will set out that strategy for our clinical services, going right back to our looking at our population health and some of our preventative work. It won't provide a definitive update on every pathway delivered by the health board, and nor will it map every staff member to delivery of every clinical outcome. So I think it will be a headline document on which clinical pathways and work will be built going forward. Just thought it was important to clarify what it is, but also what it is not.
Thanks, Nick. Claire?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Chris. The very last item on our agenda today is the kind of note from the last stakeholder reference group, which, as you know, I chair. And it was really just to say it's great that there's a whole host of consultation taking place. And it's just a reminder really to us all that one of the expectations is that we do a kind of feedback loop on what we've heard from in terms of consultation and how that's affected or changed our plans, really, because that's the way that we'll start to build much stronger public engagement and support, really. And I know that we do that, but sometimes we kind of forget to go back and say, this is the feedback we heard, and these are some of the changes we've made as a result, or we've heard the feedback, but we can't make those changes because. So it's just a reminder of that. But thank you for the presentation.
Entirely agree.
Thanks, Claire. So some progress noted, Chris, some deadlines set, and we've explored some of that, which is helpful. I spoke to a member of the comms team the other day, and no doubt, like the executive team, they're looking forward to the appointment of the new director for the comms and engagement work. It comes with some extensive experience, so it'll be good to get her on board with your good selves and to assist you in moving these things forward. So thanks for the update, Chris. We'll move on then from that item, having noted your update, and we'll move on to the outline case for Llandudno Junction, Conway. This has been through PTHIG committee, as you know, Chris. There was an issue raised there about the wider sense of the estate's strategy for that area, which perhaps you can touch on if you're able to.
Thank you, Chair. The document in front of you is regarding a strategic outline case for primary care premises in Llandudno Junction and the immediate area of Conwy. As colleagues will be aware, projects of this size take a three-step approach, and the strategic outline case is the simplest first step, which is to indicate that this is part of our strategic thinking and to seek approval through Welsh Government to then move to the next step, which will be to work through some of the detail and come up with a greater level of detail to put forward for costing and consultation purposes. So this is an important priority, and I'm trying to count back how many years I've been watching this, trying to get to this point. The premises, put simply, in both Llandudno Junction and Conwy are woefully short of being fit for purpose for primary care, not least due to the geography of Conwy, which makes it difficult for parking and the like, and some old premises which, despite the best of efforts, will not be disability accessible. But also over in Llandudno Junction, where there's been a significant increase in housing, the premises over in the junction are also really very short of what one would expect. And of course, the COVID pandemic has only made that more apparent. This is absolutely a key piece of work in terms of our primary care estate strategy. That strategy is being refreshed at the moment as a consequence of some changes from Welsh Government. But irrespective of the fact that that refresh is underway, this absolutely remains a priority across our three area director teams as we discuss those estates that have brought the greatest of challenges. There are a number of potential options in Llandudno and Conwy to solve some of the challenges that we face in primary care and community services. This paper touches lightly upon them, but really that's for the next stage of the process. The biggest debate will be whether or not we seek to have premises on both sides of the Conwy River, and if so, if they're equal sized premises. We're very keen to start that conversation. The first step then is to put that in front of Welsh Government, and on that point I think I'll stop and pick up any questions if that's okay.
Thanks, Chris. I haven't got any hands up at this moment in time. I've got one now, too. So Cheryl, then Richard.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Chris. A very, very welcome development, this, and it's been a long time coming. Could I possibly raise a wider issue here? This particular area, like many others in North Wales, has seen a massive growth of new housing estates, and I don't feel that we as a health board have been sufficiently engaged with local authority planning. I know very much that we have this replacement local development plans coming in. Our GP surgeries cannot sustain all these new developments without substantial increase in staff and resources. And I think it's really important that from now on we engage far more fully in the local authority areas with planning. So just my observation. Thank you very much.
Absolutely agree, Cheryl. I think there's a significant conversation to be had across the local authorities and ourselves in terms of how we do that in the most productive way going forwards. And I'd be very grateful for an offline conversation just to pick your brains in terms of moving that conversation through. We are very live to it in the planning team.
That's really, really good to hear, Chris, because it's causing huge problems in all areas of North Wales, as you know, and we're constantly on the back foot, aren't we? And it's not just GP services, it's our district nurses, it's every bit of the services we provide. So look forward to meeting with you on this. Thanks very much.
I know you'll recognise this, Cheryl, but that's not a one-way street, though, is it? You know, we would expect the local authorities to similarly engage with us. And I recall it's not too long ago, there was an annual report, Chris, that was presented to the board that identified potential gaps in service provision where they are and considered what the opportunities were to address them.
Yeah, so I think the impact upon the consultations for housing developments and the like have sort of fallen down and been diluted for a number of reasons, not all of which are how the health board responds to those conversations. The value from the conversation with Cheryl will be very much about how we can bring both sides into a constructive space.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Cheryl.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Just to say that all too often, I know in my own local authority, the answer comes back, any representations from health, no. There's a controversial development recently, and I know it's a capacity issue. Everyone for the last 2 years been completely overstretched, but it's something we can and will address. So from both sides. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks. Richard?
Thank you, Chair. Could I just start with a quick mea culpa? Meeting number one, I concede there is probably a development process for various business cases that start with the less detailed and work to highly detailed. But since this is my first meeting, I'm not entirely sure where these are in that process, so I may be asking questions that you don't have the answers to yet. First of all, a general question though. Dealing with GP practices in such old buildings, one of the stated objectives here is to facilitate access to people who might have disabilities. I'm just wondering if that's been a problem. How have we been facilitating these people getting into these practices up until now? It would seem to be a valid concern if they can't physically access the buildings properly. The second point is perhaps a series of detailed questions on individual properties. I mean, first of all, Llys Meddyg and Bodreinacht on page 14. Giffin on page 14. You refer to it being leased. There's no information here about how long the lease is. And whether, if it is a very long lease, we would be able to get out of it, and would that in any way affect the viability of any scheme that we sought to develop? Secondly, on page 15, there's Maes Derw, which is in the middle of a housing estate. I just wondered to what extent there was the potential there for residential development, and whether that would also help to facilitate the scheme, or whether that is being or has been explored. And thirdly, I probably know the answer to this, but from my background, but I'm going to ask it anyway, just because I think I ought to. Page 29, the Nantucket school scheme, there's reference to various highways adjustments being necessary if it goes ahead. Could you confirm that the cost of any of that would fall to the local authority rather than to us, accepting, of course, that we're going forward as a partnership, but it would fall to their funds rather than to ours? Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I've made a note of those. I'll try and pick them up. But the first point was with regard to the disability access. We make every effort to support GP practices to make their buildings disability fit. That clearly is much easier in some buildings than in others. If I give you an example of two of the practices involved, without then going into too much detail, but on one of them, the only room that is accessible is the practice nurse's room on the ground floor, which means that when necessary, the clinicians all have to do the hokey cokey and move around rooms to be able to facilitate individual consultations. And they do that, and they do that with good grace. But it does affect their efficiency and just doesn't make any sense as we move forwards. And on another one, there is a long
Hello?
I think we've lost Chris.
Yeah, we have. Okay. So we'll arrange for the conclusion of that answers to your question, Richard, outside the meeting.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So with all of that said, our board happy to approve the outline business case for Conway and Llandudno Junction as depicted in the paper?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Chris, I said you'd respond to Richard outside the meeting now.
Thank you. Sorry, Zoom kicked me out, but I'll follow all of those comments up with you, Richard, this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, right. We'll move on then to the emergency department workforce business case. Jill.
Thank you, Chairman. Couple of points, if I may. I'll assume the paper is read. This was discussed and supported at F&P. It wasn't in a place to approve, but there was good conversation at our performance, finance and investment group committee. So there was good discussion there and a number of questions asked, but if I may introduce the paper, and some of those questions will be picked up within it. So just an introduction, this paper has been long in coming to the board. It has, however, worked with all clinicians across North Wales to ensure that it's representative of a future thinking emergency department. And it has involved benchmarking across Wales and UK and the wider UK to ensure that we're in line with the recommendations not only of the Royal Colleges but what is happening elsewhere. Third point I would make is that it has enabled us to review the skill mix and options that we have in our emergency departments, and you'll see including proposals for advanced practitioners, nurse consultants, in order to ensure that we've got that varied skill mix across North Wales, enabling good career structure, but also acknowledging that all of these people are hard to find. The other point I would make is within the paper, there includes what I describe as a below the line nursing establishment. And that's to support the excess activity we're seeing in our EDs and the number of patients that wait in our EDs much longer than they should do. This is deliberately below the line to ensure that we're not normalising the situation of people waiting in our EDs for beds elsewhere, but we are continually reviewing the nursing establishment that's required to safely manage those patients. The proposal is that with the implementation of this business case, should it be accepted by board today, that there will be gateways to release of the investment funds, and they will be in line with our ability to recruit. But the principle being that as we invest and the key performance indicators or the benefits begin to be realised, that those staff are redeployed elsewhere across the health board, or indeed we stop recruitment depending on what is the most effective at the time. Also conscious that those gateways will be put in place to ensure that we are seeing improvements in our service. You'll know that we have an improvement plan in place, which is a whole system improvement plan for unscheduled care. So looking across that totality of pathway that Chris alluded to earlier in terms of transformation, and working with colleagues in primary care, in social care and others to ensure that we're maximising the opportunities for unscheduled care across the whole pathway. And that includes supporting our patients and our public in their ability to self-care where that's appropriate. The principle of recruitment is on a pan North Wales basis, so we are working with teams across the whole of North Wales, clinical teams across the whole of the North Wales around the recruitment process. We have started to address how we can take this forward so as not to delay should this paper be approved today, and that will enable us to ensure that we're maximising the benefits of a North Wales recruitment campaign. I know that Sue Hill and Sue Green's team have been actively involved in pulling this business case together, so I'm sure that they may wish to add to it, but I would like to submit this paper to the board for approval so that we can take this investment forward. Happy to take questions.
Before we move into questions, this was discussed at PFIG committee again in some depth. So I'm going to take John, Sue and Sue Green first in that regard, because they were present. John C, as chair of the committee.
Thanks, Mark. Very quickly, just to pick up the first point that Jill made with regard to support or approve, it's not specific just to this paper. I think it's a language issue we need to consider across all papers, just making sure we get the language of what was agreed, decided, whatever at committee before coming to the board. Need to get it spot on, because it sends a different tone, I think, in terms of when we look at the papers. Most substantive question was, Jill, you referred to the gateway reviews, but I wasn't clear about, I think there was a commitment to committee to providing a 3-monthly report or with measures and KPIs. Can you just confirm that?
Yes, there was a commitment to that, subject to approval of the board, that there are clear KPIs being put in place and gateways, and the principle would be that we would have those gateway review meetings with the teams to ensure that those improvement quality indicators are being met, including wait times in our ED departments, release of ambulances, all of the above. So yes, we did commit to that, and Sue and myself and the operational teams will agree a format with yourself about how we can best report that into PFIG.
And that we can you will take decisions on the back of those gateways.
Absolutely. So as indicated, if, for example, if I can give it as an example, it's an ambition, it's a very real ambition, but we have a number of our of patients who are waiting in our ED departments far too long. As a consequence of that, we have nurses who are looking after their daily needs. That should not be the case. If the numbers reduce in our ED department, which is the ambition, it is the intention, those nurses, that level of nursing will not be required. So it will be reduced to the level to support the emergency department activity. The other point I should have made, John, I believe I did make it PFIG. At the time of PFIG, we had submitted a bid around same-day emergency care principles to Welsh Government. We've had that bid supported in part, so we will be working towards an emergency floor concept. So those gateway indicators will reflect the outcomes that we're anticipating from the SDEC as well.
Right, thanks very much, Jill. Appreciate that.
Thanks both. Sue Hill, next.
Thanks, Mark. I guess I just wanted to provide some support to the paper in terms of the scrutiny provided at the PFIG committee around the investment that we are putting into the ED department and the efficiency that we expect to see. So I think, Jill has referred to the staged implementation, but it also aligns with your point, Mark, earlier about benefits realisation. So this is a real case where we were going to go through the staged implementation of the various elements of additional resource, and it will be that gateway that will allow us to check that we're getting the benefits, whether qualitative or financial, that we anticipated, to allow us to provide the next level of funding. I think there's a piece around just looking at it from a wider review. It's not just an ED business case for the acute sites, it's around the whole pathway around unscheduled care, and it does align with the sort of the health board's strategic direction around that patient pathway conversation, the value-based healthcare conversation, and we're just going to be making sure that we manage that, and obviously we'll be reporting back to PFIG going forward.
So can we further to what you've just said, can we, moving forward, have clarity about that timeline in terms of the investment that has been set out in this business case and the savings that are being referred to, or the efficiencies? Because we do need to understand the fact that that is what is planned for, and then PFIG will need to monitor with you, won't they, whether those things are being realised, as you've highlighted.
Yeah, and so Mark, maybe I'll work with Jill and Sue to bring that to December's PFIG committee so that we can actually look at it and provide some scrutiny to that, the process and the sort of the stage implementation.
Thank you. Sue Green.
Mark. So one of the key challenges, and it's a key challenge of every conversation that we have about an investment, is, are we likely to recruit? And quite rightly, colleagues around the PFIG table put that challenge to us. One of the things that I think we need to recognise as a board, and people definitely recognise this is a really good example of the transformation piece that we were talking about earlier with Kristen Paolo's item and the strategy development, as well as a recognition of the need to identify and address issues that we have now and the barriers to that transformation and improvement. So this piece of work is a really good example of identifying what our current state requires, both in terms of moving forward with that recruitment, but also developing some of the talent within, which all contributes to improving our offer and our attraction to external candidates, but also some of our internal candidates from across that pathway. I think that's absolutely key. One of the things, and this relates to the gateway conversation and kind of mapping that out, is this does need to be seen as a key transformation programme aligned to the unscheduled care programme. So I think the oversight of the Transformation and Finance Executive Delivery Group, aligned across to the People and Culture Executive Delivery Group, really working in collaboration, will really help this. I think that will drive the reporting through, and clearly, as the paper describes and the case describes, funding will be released as roles are recruited to. We've allowed some flexibility in there to make sure that we're recruiting to roles that we need at the time, as well as developing our own talent within the organisation. So I think the answer to the question, are we going to be able to recruit or not? I'm confident that we will be able to recruit the right skills in the right places at the right times, both from a combination of our own development as well as external recruitment. There is a task force already in place. We're already well on with that kind of attraction campaign. What I think really fundamentally is this is a real signal, both within the organisation and externally. This is a transformation piece. Yeah, and that is absolutely from our recruitment point. One thing I did want to just flag, and mindful it might come through in one of the questions. So we purposefully left some of the text in as the case was coming through. So there's reference in there, for example, to social workers at the front door. They aren't included in the case being requested, but we wanted colleagues around the board to see that that was in there. There is a dynamic in there, and where we can do that, where we feel it's appropriate to do that, we'll build that into the overall envelope that is being sought today. So just wanted to highlight that. It'd be good to get some feedback offline as to whether including the things that have been in through the governance stages is helpful or not, or whether it might confuse. But just wanted to highlight that point.
Thanks, Sue. Lynn?
Thank you. Sue's actually covered a number of the points to do with recruitment. This is very much a doctor, nurse paper. What seems to be omitted is all the other support services that will be needed to make sure that the flow happens throughout the ED department. So was that taken into consideration? And I think it's unfortunate that we use the term qualified and non-qualified in this day and age.
Yeah, I think it should be registrant, non-registrant perhaps, but I agree with that. I think, so take that away, Lynn. In terms of the skill mix, where we've put advanced practitioners, we're thinking therapists as well as nursing. So whilst it does seem to look at the nursing and the medical, we are thinking more broadly. And that includes my reference across the same-day emergency care, where very much the conversation has been, how do we work with our colleagues in older people's care, for example, where therapists have a very big input. The other point in terms of wider conversations around particularly around the diagnostics and elements of that. This is activity that we're seeing right here, right now, but it is the demand and capacity issue that we're taking outside of this piece of work for the wider organisation.
Thanks for that explanation, Jill, because I didn't read the paper as to cover the other professions. And I assume it also covers pharmacy?
It primarily includes the frontline services, so the ones that are in our ED department. But there was conversations, for example, we did have conversations about whether we should or should not include local social work support. So there's a number of other conversations taking place. But I would reiterate, this was a business case primarily about frontline ED services. So it hasn't been excluded in terms of the conversation, hasn't been directly included.
The reason I mention it is that that's often a barrier to going home. And that's why I mentioned it, because I know there's been a few issues in ED over medication, pharmacy and medication.
Take that outside, Lynn.
And you haven't covered support staff, reception staff, people who answer the phone. Is that all part of it?
So, Lynn, there's been a separate conversation about support staff. So if I term runners in ED, for example, and as part of a previous conversation around unscheduled care, where that was seen as a gap, we've already invested in those areas.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill.
Thanks, Jill. Sue, did you want to come back in?
Yeah, it was just to highlight. So the case does include a range of these support services, as Jill's already described. Where we talk about nursing, it is multi-professional. So it could be across pharmacy, it could be therapies, etc. The case does include porters, progress chasers, housekeepers. Those progress chasers, that term can be across a range of staff groups. So it does include some of the support staff that Lynn has talked about. Again, as we go into that transformation piece, we're looking at what skills are required and who holds those skills. That will be where we'll use this in a flexible way to go more for skills rather than roles, traditional roles. So there is that flexibility in there, but the case does include explicitly progress chasers, porters, and housekeeping staff.
Thanks for that clarity. Claire.
Joe, Mark, I think the presentations today have answered a lot of the questions that I had when I read the paper. So thank you for that. I guess really, perhaps the only point I wanted to make was, I totally support the fact that we need to address the real challenges that we've got in emergency departments. I like the fact that there's an exit plan to this and it's almost an invest to save longer term. From a governance perspective, I think there's just something for me about how for future papers we draw out the relevant bits of the detail that's been discussed at the likes of PFIG to include almost to give some more comfort to members like myself who aren't on that committee of some of the debates that have happened outside of what's coming to the strategic board. So the biggie for me in this, of course, is the fact that this is almost a 30% increase in the budget for ED. So some explanation in the paper about how that will be managed in the overall budget for Betsy would have been helpful. So I think maybe it is about me understanding and knowing that other members of the board have gone through the detail in other settings, but just thinking about what kind of just key elements of that from a more strategic perspective should be included in the cover paper that gives us some of that reassurance. So thanks.
I think that's a very valid point. I'll pick up with Louise and perhaps Sue, because even though I was present, Claire, I decided to go back over the draft notes of PFIG to confirm that I was content that the issues we'd raised were firstly captured, and secondly, I was able to portray them today. So that's a valid point that we need to pick up, and I'll pick up with Louise.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Sue, Hill.
Hi, Mark. Sorry, I was just going to respond to Claire to say that it would be probably sensible if we added something into the cover sheet that reflected the conversation at the relevant committee, just so that you are providing that quality of information.
Yeah, I agree. So can we agree as a board that we'll pick it up in that fashion?
Yeah.
Pick that up, Mark. Yeah.
Thanks, Louise. John.
Yes, thanks. I mean, just picking up on the issues over in the east, obviously significant number of patients potentially go over into the Countess, and the flow between the Countess and the miler to the Countess is governed almost by what the wait times are. So I welcome the developments around trying to reduce the numbers in ED, but from a strategic point of view, are there actual discussions that take place with the Countess and those over the border, because potentially patients will vote with what the waiting times are. And if we reduce because we do other things in Wrexham, that could then have the impact that people from England decide to come into the miler. So I just wonder what linkage we have strategically between over the border hospitals and the provision there. Thanks.
Mark, if I can respond to that. In terms of conversations with Countess of Chester and indeed other providers in England, we do have operational conversations very regularly about the pressures on both sides of the border. I know that there are also wider conversations with board members regarding strategic direction. I think your point is well made that people will vote with where they feel that the weight is lessened. At the moment, unfortunately, we can confirm that the Countess of Chester has been under significant pressure, and indeed very recently called an internal major incident, and clearly that does have an impact on us from people from Cheshire potentially coming our way as well.
Joe?
Thank you. In answer to John's question about strategic relationships, I can confirm that I meet with the Chief Executive of Countess of Chester, Dr. Susan Gilby, and from a commissioning point of view, we have well-established links with the Countess and indeed with the ICS, which provides oversight within the English system of the provider services that the Countess provide for our Welsh residents. Thank you.
Thanks for that reassurance. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay. Jill, the paper refers to a business case around SDEC single day emergency centres. Is that coming separately then?
So that's been subject to a bid to Welsh Government, so that will go through PFIG in terms of the intentions around that.
Okay, thank you.
Before coming here if necessary.
Okay, so can I just confirm that board is happy to approve the business case?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks very much. So we'll stop there for a much deserved comfort break. And I suggest we have a reasonable break because it's already 10 to 12 and that we'll return at 12:05, please. Okay, thanks everyone. Okay, let's resume, shall we? Bienvenue d'après au scrutin. We are on to the next item, which is the Integrated Governance Framework update. Hey, I can't see whether Simon has joined us or not. Actually, he looks like he has now. Simon, are you there?
Yeah, I am, Mark. Sorry, I'll camera on as well. Okay, so this is just a brief paper for the board, and I will, conscious of time for you guys, I'll treat it as read. I suppose just a couple of things to highlight. Hopefully you will recognise that the new agendas and cycles of business are now in play for the board to sort of support the board in focusing slightly more on strategic and people issues, which is one of the objectives that we laid out for the governance framework. The piece of work that is now going on is in relation to the tier below to make sure that the governance arrangements are right in there. I would say that I'm working really closely with people leading on the development of the operational model, because clearly what we don't want to do is put a governance framework in place that doesn't align to any new ways of working that we've got coming in place. So those two pieces of work will dovetail in terms of the recommendations. Building on the conversation that you've just had in the last section, we've also got the Good Governance Institute supporting some of the wider governance issues along with the King's Fund, and one of the pieces of work that they've been given is in relation to how we can improve the quality of board papers moving forward. So the conversation in terms of how we report on the discussions at committees on board papers that have been through committees will be a key element of that. And we're just finalising sort of new board committee papers, front sheets for you as well, which are currently sitting with the translations department. So hopefully they will be in play for the next cycle of meetings. Other than that, Mark, just happy to take any questions there may be.
Thanks, Simon. John first.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Simon. I think just a quick observation from the recent PFIG for me, just slight concern really in terms of whether this structure of future president past is working. For me, we didn't have the clarity about what was for decision or scrutiny information in the way we probably need to be able to manage the agenda well. And I think I was still, it's a concern I've expressed previously, but I'm not sure the size of the agenda that we've now ended up with is sustainable. But obviously we'll work with it going forward, and I've got another agenda setting coming up, but I'm still concerned about that focus to be able to get through the volume of information that's there.
Simon, do you want to respond?
Happy to be part of those agenda setting meetings to try and manage that as we go forward.
Okay, Joe, then Sue.
Thank you. Any learning organisation, as we seek to be, will want to review implementation, including reviewing the implementation of the governance review. As we work through our operating model, we will need to take the opportunity to reflect any changes subject to a final consultation, of course, that might bring in our operating model. So I do suggest that we work with the model as is, and I agree with Simon, Jill and colleagues, a time frame for review. Thank you.
I think at our last joint discussion, Joe, there was a combined wish to ensure that we did whatever we could to still improve the work of the board and committees, particularly in terms of being focused on what needs to go where and ensuring that the papers on those items is succinct, but nevertheless sufficient to do the job. And I don't think we've got that balance right yet. I think we all agreed that.
I agree. Review would be a building on and a learning from, rather than a starting again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Linda, did you want to come in? Your hand was up, but it's gone down.
Mae Joe wedi ateb y cwestiwn, Mark. Oedden ni'n gofyn os oedd gennym ni amser wedi penodi I ni adolygu y fframwaith, ac wrth oedden ni wedi mabwysiadu'r fframwaith gorffennaf yma, a oedd flwyddyn yn ddigonol I ni adolygu. Ond dwi'n meddwl, Mark, bod Joe wedi ateb y cwestiwn. Diolch.
Okay, John, Linda. Simon, can I pick up a couple of things in the paper? One is it refers to work commissioned from that joint session through the PPH committee. That is true, but Sue and John have also been taking a look at this with PTHIC, and we ought not to lose that opportunity either, particularly in relation to what we felt should be in the papers and how they ought to be structured and focused. The second thing is that there's reference, Simon, isn't there, to the performance and accountability framework and the performance oversight group. I would welcome some observation or assurance around the extent to which you and the executive team feel that the performance framework and the associated arrangements are currently working as they ought to be. Joe?
Thank you, Mark. I've attended the accountability meetings with each of our departments, and it's fair to say that they are a robust opportunity to listen and to have conversations, as well as have the accountability conversation. We're able to drill down into sufficient detail around performance, and colleagues are able to raise with execs barriers to performance improvement which require executive unblocking. We are also in conversations with attendees at the accountability meetings, and are seeking their input through Sue and other colleagues around how we can make those meetings effective and useful for them, as well as an accountability piece for us as executives, and then into our board governance. Thank you.
I think also, Mark, a paper went to audit committee 1 or 2 committees ago in terms of how the performance framework was working, prepared by the Director of Performance.
Thanks both. Jill, did you want to come in?
Mark, you are very faint, but I think you invited me to come in. Is that correct?
It is. I'm not sure why I am faint, because I haven't changed any of my settings, so I'm not sure what's going on, but yes, please.
Okay, you just keep fading in and out. So couple of things to build on everything that Joe has said. We do have the executives do meet prior to those accountability meetings as well, to ensure that the questions we're asking of the teams are aligned to the priorities, and that is improving and in line with our operating plan ambitions. I think the second point I would say is there is an opportunity as part of the revised operating model to see how we can build on where we've got to date. So that is part of the ongoing evaluation process, along with the service transformation conversation that we're having. It comes back, forgive me, Chairman, to the conversation we were having on the emergency department workforce and the gateways that we're putting in place. That those are good examples of what the conversations that we'll be having at the accountability reviews moving forward.
Thanks, Jill. Louise?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to probably echo Joe's comments really, and just to say, obviously, as Board Secretary, I'm working closely with Simon on the implementation of the review with the Board Secretary team. And I think although we did approve, you're right, the framework in July, we started implementation and transitioned to the new framework in September, and obviously now we're in November. And I think totally acknowledge the comments, and that's certainly been fed back, and things that we need to keep under review. I think it's still early days. And absolutely acknowledge more to do. I think a positive development has been already around some of the agenda setting meetings we're having for the next cycle, which are involving a wider group of colleagues in sort of setting the agenda. So I think there's certainly more to do, but a sort of positive place to continue from.
Okay, thanks everyone. So Simon, thanks very much. So the report is noted and we look forward to the continuing development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now move on to the urology review. Jill.
Thanks, Chair. Again, this was subject to quite a level of scrutiny at QSC, but there are a couple of points I'd bring to the attention of the board. One of those being that since this paper has been in QSC, there has been a meeting with urologists about how we can take this work forward, including the improvement group, which is scheduled in the diary now, Chairman. So that improvement group and the terms of reference are aligned. The second point I would wish to make is that we have made progress in terms of requesting the external review following a meeting with yourself, myself, Louise, Chief Exec and Vice Chair. Progress has been made with finalising the terms of reference. Happy to take any questions, and Lucy may wish to add, given that this was given a comprehensive conversation at QSC.
Lucy, did you want to come in?
Thanks for that. Yes, I mean, as Jill said, we discussed this at great length at QSE committee, both in this month's committee meeting and the September meeting, when we supported the external review. There are a number of concerns surrounding the service, including some outstanding quality and safety issues. So I was very pleased that Jill suggested the Royal College review as a way of trying to address those concerns. It's imperative, I think, that we make sure that we get on with improving the service in the meantime, though, because of the timescales with the Royal College. And Jill, as you've referred to, there is work taking place in the interim. It's not just going to wait until the Royal College actually provide their findings of their review.
Thanks, Lucy. John?
Thanks, Mark. Just a couple of points. One was in reference to the Royal College of Surgeons review being independent, and I think we just need to be clear, given previous discussions, of what independent means in that circumstance, because we do need it truly to be independent. And I think the other more specific point was about robotic surgery. I know we will be getting information on this elsewhere, but the thing that just struck me was, if we hadn't signed up to the All Wales procurement, would we have been operational now with a robotic assisted surgery that we could have been actually delivering benefit to patients?
Jill, did you want to respond?
I think it's difficult to say, John, whether that would be the case. Clearly, the All Wales procurement has delayed the robot being in place in Bangor, for sure. But I think the concerns that we're alluding to with this paper are wider than just the robotic service.
No, I understand that. It was just, that was the one specifically that stood out for me as part of that solution, but I recognise that we do need to do a review, and we are wider considerations as well. But thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Richard?
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask a question about the financial implications section in the report? It says that we need to double the number of urology consultants, and it attaches a cost to that. I'm just intrigued by saying that now, when the Royal College hasn't passed any opinion on the situation. Could you comment on how it is that we can come to that conclusion before the college has even gone into the service and assessed it? Thank you.
Chair, I think Nick may want to come in, but in part answer, I'm sure Nick will give a far more informed answer, but we have done some work around the overall capacity and that we have within the health board and the demand for the service, including where we are accessing services outside the health board. So we are using the Royal College guidance, we are using our own information regarding demand for the services. That's why we can make an assumption. Clearly the Royal College will build on the work that we've already done. I'm sure Nick will want to come in on that.
Nick?
Thank you. Yes, and as well as the demand and capacity that Jill rightly highlights, the numbers are based also on benchmarking ourselves with college recommendations and also an understanding of what a population of this size would normally see in terms of number of consultants. So we're purely bringing ourselves in line with normal expectations. Indeed, it may be that after the college have completed their review, there may be further implications for our workforce, but this is an immediate step to bring us in line with other organisations to ensure we can provide safe care.
Okay, thank you. And does budget exist for this currently, or is this a growth item?
So Richard, as indicated, the work that we've done is to look at where we are in terms of that benchmarking, but I would reiterate, currently we're commissioning services outside of the health board, which again is costing us money, and we are paying for activity above and beyond the contracts of our consultants. So there is certainly work to be done, and that will come through the relevant committee. This is the high level understanding of where we've got gaps within our services in order to provide it safely. So certainly some of the associated costs for this will come from that repatriating some of that work and bringing it into core. The second point as well, Richard, some of this has already been costed within the RTC assumptions because urology is a part of that.
So do you want to comment too from a financial perspective?
Yes, please, Mark. I was just going to make a couple of comments. The first one is that obviously we are in receipt of funding from Welsh Government for COVID recovery, and this planned care activity fits within that. And also in relation to the complement of urology consultants, just to make the point that this is about recovery of the backlog. So it's not about the position required going forward. It is actually doing that catch up of the activity that has grown on the waiting list because of the impact of COVID. So it's not necessarily something that we will need in its entirety going forward, Richard.
Okay, so does that mean then the additional consultants and that cost is just a short-term measure?
Yeah, so some of them will be. The bit that is looking at the backlog is obviously only to catch up the position.
Okay, thank you.
John.
Thanks, Mark. It sort of builds on some of the things that have just been said, but when I was reviewing the sort of terms of reference for the Royal College, what struck me is, should we be including a review of the service delivery model as well within their terms of reference? I know they maybe focus maybe on getting assurance over safety of the service that's currently provided, but there's an opportunity there, should we be taking that to actually look at the overall model of delivery?
If I can answer that, and Chris may want to come in. So as part of the transformation plan and our move towards the RTC model of care, we have invited the Getting It Right First Time team into some specialties across the health board to look at exactly what you've described, John, about how do we deliver our model of care is most effective. And one of the services they will be working with is urology. The second point I'd like to make is we're working with our cancer colleagues and those people that work in the wider cancer services to develop a strategic cancer group to, again, ensure that we're addressing some of those models of care and working alongside the transformation team.
All right, thanks, Jill.
Can I just come in on that? Just to confirm, John, that the planning work for the urology GIRFT pathways is currently underway with the team.
Thanks, Chris. So some observations from me, Jill. The first is to acknowledge the point you made about the review. I think it's important to state the concerns were building inside the health board before we ever saw sight of the Ombudsman report, and we need to learn a lesson from that. The second thing is the mechanism now introduced to determine what review is going to take place, the extent to that, which that's going to be independent or not, and so on and so forth, is in part a response to those concerns and how they were handled. You refer, Jill, in the paper to a strategic vision for urology and the strategy implications. I may be wrong here, but I would have thought one of the issues at the forefront is there is no vision, as I understand it. And I think that will need to be determined as part of the immediate work and the future work, because as you know, and there's reference to a clinician leaving because of the delay in the robotic surgery being available, but that same clinician was concerned about the absence of a vision, and particularly a free site model that didn't seem to be operating together. So that vision and reconfiguration and understanding of the service is going to be extremely important, is it not?
I'd agree with that, Mark, and Sue Green and Nick and myself are working together on developing the leadership within urology, and obviously it needs to be part of that overarching clinical services strategy. So agree with what you've described, and would agree that the emerging concerns that you refer to within the health board require this, I think, to be as independent as we can possibly make it.
Then, to state the obvious, that some of the performance concerns are of real concern, notwithstanding some aspects of the performance being better than elsewhere in Wales. You know, there are some real concerns about some of the figures detailed in here, the figures we see elsewhere, and we have got to work out how we sustainably respond to that, which will be informed by that work. The second thing is, Jill, and I know this has been examined at some length in QSC, but the case referred to is also extremely worrying, and particularly worrying in terms of how it was handled. And we don't want to see a repeat of that either, I would suggest.
So to answer both those points, Mark, if I can take the last one first, I think that was great, big conversation about that at QSC, hence the terms of reference being crafted in the way that they are being crafted to review our incident process in that regard. Without dwelling on one case, looking at the thematics as well. So I would say that. I'd also say that the principle of getting the improvement group up and running ahead of the Royal College is so that we can make progress on some of these areas. The final point I would make, which you didn't refer to, but we have had really good response from urology consultant colleagues in terms of engaging in the RTC and the acknowledgement that they need to do things differently in line with our ambitions there.
Thanks. Okay, so let's just end on the positive part of this paper. That is the determination to improve and to respond to the concerns. And we are considering in private session later a paper in respect of robotic surgery. To be clear, there was a delay because we were asked to and did enter the national procurement arrangements. The paper in private session would seek our permission to move now with that, and in advance of some other health boards who are still considering the matter, because we're keen to ensure that we respond to our patients' needs, the risks that are currently being presented, and also we seek to respond to the concerns that exist amongst our clinical teams that we support them to do robotic surgery. And therefore, without further comment, our colleagues happy to note and support the paper and what's described in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we now move on to vascular. Nick, which is with you.
Thank you, Chair. So the board is asked to note the report that you will all have read. If I can perhaps briefly highlight some areas before taking any questions. The paper highlights the Vascular Improvement Programme, which is absolutely key to offering the continuity of safe services, and shows greater attention to detail in the developing action plan, with clear mitigations in place where necessary, and perhaps importantly, how we're going to measure when an action has been achieved, and indeed how we can continue to measure that action once completed, feeding into a quality dashboard for the vascular service. There's also within the improvement programme an increased focus on patient experience and safety, including the use of patient stories at the vascular steering group meeting. The paper also highlights the timeline for decision making that led to the current centralised model, which was implemented in April 2019. And also refers to a piece of work we're just starting with the Good Governance Institute in order to review our decision making and the timeline of that decision making in order to inform our learning as a board for any future implementation of changes of service. At Appendix 1 in the report, you will see the current configuration of services on the hub and spoke model, which is entirely in keeping with the decision making of the board that's referenced. And key for me, of course, is the focus on patient experience, quality and safety. And of course, we've already covered that in a little detail in the patient story that we heard earlier. The key quality issues are waiting times, and operational pressures and staffing. And why they may at first glance appear to be operational metrics, of course they have an absolutely key impact on patient safety and experience. Members will also note the reference to a piece of work we're just starting with an external organisation to really consider our vascular outcomes during this period of change and reconfiguration of services, and looking, for example, to understand our amputation rate and other key quality markers, so we can tell that story over the last 6 or 7 years, and there's clarity and transparency around those outcomes. The last thing I'd like to bring to the board's attention, Chair, if I may, is since writing this report, we have received a copy of the National Vascular Registry, which is a key national audit, which again looks at outcomes from our vascular service. And if I could just summarise that it does show exactly the areas we've just highlighted around operational challenges within the service. It also highlights some outcome measures that may relate to patient safety. We only received this in the last couple of days, and work is currently now going on at pace to ensure that we understand what, if any, implications there are from consideration of those outcomes, because the audit data doesn't necessarily triangulate with other data sources that we have. So, Chairman, very happy to take any questions, but I hope that highlights the paper that's before us.
It does. Okay, questions? Lucy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to really reiterate what we discussed at QSE committee in terms of this. Of course, this paper has been updated since then, and I have discussed that with Nick. But we did reiterate at the QSE committee that we are now looking at another version of the action plan, and with continued concerns at the lack of progress, I think it's understandable that partners, stakeholders, and members of the public are losing confidence in this service. Nick and I, as I say, have spoken about that, and with Jill's support as well. We have made very clear that the organisation must now ensure that it can evidence the improvement, and where there are any slippages against any actions, that there is a very clear explanation as to why that slippage has taken place. Bearing in mind, the circumstances that we're in at the moment with COVID, etc. I know Nick is very determined to be able to demonstrate that evidence, and whilst it's unfortunate we are now looking at another iteration of the action plan, Nick has committed to actually making sure that this action plan will be delivered and evidenced as having been delivered, and the improvements that will bring about. Thank you.
Nick or Joe, did you want to respond to that?
No, thank you, Chairman. Absolutely, Lucy, I couldn't agree more. And I think we do need this action plan to be evidence to ensure that we give confidence that it's being delivered at the pace that it needs to be delivered at, but also crucially for me that we can offer some confidence and understanding from the population that we serve that we are doing the right thing in terms of ensuring consistent quality of delivery in our vascular service.
Can I just confirm a couple of things, Nick, that you've just referred to? The first is that the model now in play, albeit further work needs to be done to improve that model and associated pathways, is the one that was presented to the board and agreed by the board.
Indeed it is, Chairman.
And secondly, that no one, nor are you, suggesting that the model we've now got in place is the wrong one.
There's nothing to suggest from either our external reviews, the information that we hold, and indeed in calibrating and comparing our service with that in place in other parts of the UK, there's nothing to suggest that we're delivering anything but the right configuration of services.
Okay, and then I just want to confirm our shared concern and frustration, Nick, which I'm sure you've gathered since your arrival here. And as Lucy says, we're pleased that you're now stepping in to move this subject forward, that we are all keen to see improvement, because it's been taking some time now, and we understand the challenges around COVID et al., but we do need to see improvement in a number of respects. And the continued reporting, Nick, on the action plan and all that sits around it is going to be key to ensuring that the board remains convinced as to the direction we're heading in. So I would expect, Nick, a further report by QSE to come to board in January, and we'll need to stick with that. And I'm also conscious of the fact, Nick, that the second part of the RCS review is due in January too, so that may well inform that paper and our discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, we await the second part of the Royal College of Surgeons review. I share that commitment and also share some of the frustrations, because we have to get this right for the population.
We do. Thank you. John.
Yes, thank you, Nick. I'm just referring to the section in the report, financial implications, where it states the detailed proposal of additional workforce requirements. I think it's worth seeking some clarification from yourself. You say that the service is developing and going on track, but there's an implication in that statement that you don't currently have the right level of workforce to maintain a sustainable service. And there is going through various iterations of developing that financial model required. So the question really is, how long is that likely to take? And what is the current implications with regard to staffing as stated in that report? Thank you.
Thank you, John. There's some detailed work underway at the moment in order that it can feed into the IMTP process to ensure that our staffing, both of medical and senior nursing staff and any therapy support, is in line with national standards and best practice. I'm not able to give the detail on the financial implications until that bit of work's completed.
Sorry, could I just come back in terms of a timeline on that, because it seems to be a crucial element in terms of ensuring the right level of staffing. So do we have any assurance around the timeline?
I've received a draft report today, and then that will be considered by the vascular steering group in the first instance next week, before a proposal feeding into through the normal business planning process and into IMTP, John.
I think, Nick, Joe, we need to be ready to receive that report. And if the priority is such, because we've just said that we're going to do it around neurology for different reasons, then we ought to consider any investment proposal for vascular to come before us, before the IMTP process. Joe.
We're expecting to discuss the IMTP at upcoming in the next few weeks. If it's possible to bring the information with regard to vascular services within that time frame, we will do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, John. Okay, so our colleagues happy, if happy is the right word, to note the things that we're being asked to note at this point, and to receive further reporting through QSE and onto board in January, if not before.
Yes.
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 Thank you. So we'll now move on then to the quality and performance report. Sue.
Thanks, Mark. So this is the report as at month 6. It has had previous scrutiny at subcommittees of the board. And obviously the report has an executive summary. A couple of things to highlight. So this is based on the 2021 framework. Welsh Government has now published their 21-22 framework on the 1st of October. And the recommendations around new measures or the reduction of removal of some measures will be shown from the reports in December. The exec summary is quite a detailed review of the highlights of the report, but if you don't mind, I'll just spend a bit of time just highlighting the ones that I think the committee should consider. So the first one, because the report is organised in terms of the quadruple aims from Welsh Government, the quadruple aim 1, so the children's immunisation numbers are very good for Betsy, so it's 94.9% of children have had the 6-to-1 vaccine and 94.1% have had the MMR. The flu campaign has just started, but we'll get a progress on that in the next report. In terms of the quadruple aim 2, which is around mental health, we are providing some really good services there. So adults getting a review within 28 days is at 66.6%. And starting therapy is 80.1%, so that that's a real improvement over the last 6 months. In terms of the quadruple aim 3, the complaints rate is at 65.9%, but that has been consistently over 62%, which is a significant improvement over previous years. And the number of falls with harm have fallen across the health board. Just in terms of areas for improvement, I think it's worth noting that infection prevention across Wales, we've got increasing rates of E. coli and C. difficile, but we are holding our own against that one. But in terms of the quadruple aim 2 for mental health, particularly around children's, we have some real concerns about the performance there. With the ability to access treatment within 28 days at 23.6%. It's worth noting at this point that we have recently agreed an extended contract which will increase the number of appointments and will therefore reduce harm that this might be causing. And between October and March this year, I'm expecting to see month-on-month improvements. And actually, we signed off additional funding this week at executive team around a particular proposal around CAMS. In terms of the quadruple aim 3, which is quality and safety, we had 2 new NEVA events in August and 3 in May, which brings a total of 5 in the year. And that is obviously something that we are really concerned about, and there is an ongoing process in place around reviewing that and what lessons we can learn from that. In terms of the quadruple aim 4, there was a concern around the data for sepsis 6 that has been restarted from September, and we're just checking that to make sure that we are recording and monitoring it, the metric properly. And then the other thing I would note is just around COVID-19. So the number of vaccinations has gone over 1 million, and both doses is over 500,000. I would just pause there and just say that obviously I understand the concerns that have been raised around the QMP report by the subcommittees, and we have now started an improvement plan. So what we anticipate is we're having consultation and meetings with the chairs of those committees again, and there will be a revised report for approval in December, and that will be rolled out from the beginning of next financial year. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Sue. Cheryl first, please.
Thanks very much, Sue. Thanks for that. A couple of questions, please. First of all, when we talk about the ED performance, have we any update on the issues that have been flagged up recently between the Welsh Ambulance Service and the Army input? Because that's obviously could have a really bad effect on our performance and on our EDs. Is this being tackled currently? Are we liaising?
I guess there may be another colleague who can comment, but I was in a meeting with the finance director of WAS yesterday, and they are working very constructively with the Army to see what they can do about maintaining the presence because of the impact, the beneficial impact it's been having on ambulance activity. Jill, are you happy to comment?
I won't add to what you've just said. I've heard similar, that they're working very hard to close those gaps. I think the point I would make, Charles, we're working with WAST alongside WAST more generally in terms of what we can do to improve release of ambulances, including what we can do in terms of additional capacity outside our ED units.
Thanks, both of you. My second question is around the stroke performance. That is down again, isn't it? The admission to stroke assessment unit within 4 hours. Are we front loading the triage system in our EDs to try and pick this up? Or are we having more input for the triage to try and pick this up earlier, please? I don't know, is that Jill or Nick?
Cheryl, what I can say is there was a meeting that was supposed to take place earlier this week, unfortunately due to one of the to non-availability of 2 people, that has been postponed, Cheryl, but is to discuss exactly what you've described around the pathway, and that includes clinical colleagues and as well as operational management colleagues in terms of how we can implement, coming back to the transformation piece, best practice to support that early transfer. So apologies, it was in the diary for earlier this week. It has had to be postponed.
Thanks, Jill. And if we could be updated outside of the meeting, please, because this is a vital area of work, isn't it? And that seems to be the sensible way to try and improve things. And finally, the CAMS, and neuro waiting assessments, figures obviously very disappointing again, but just to point out here that as we're covering in targeted intervention, there's a massive amount of unmet need that we're currently working through, and we won't see the figures improving for a fair old while because we're so busy meeting the unmet need in this area, but work is progressing. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Cheryl. Richard?
Thank you, Chair. I would express my appreciation of the fact that there is to be a review of how this report is put together and presented, because I mean, it's the first one, obviously, that I've seen. I have to say I found it rather difficult to digest because there's just so much of it. I may well be the first board member ever to quote the poet Robert Browning, but it was he who first coined the phrase "less is more." I would commend that as a philosophy during that review of how the report is done. However, on a more substantive point, there are a number of indicators in the report, we call them measures, that have got coloured arrows up or down, or in one case sideways, next to them. There are about 30 of those, and around 25, 26 are red and going down. Now, I appreciate that Sue is probably the messenger here, and I don't wish to shoot the messenger, but if we've got a situation where that number of indicators are red and going down, I think it perhaps indicates that something a little more fundamental in terms of how we manage performance would be worth looking at some point, and I'd appreciate any observations that anyone can add on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. I'll probably start, and colleagues will give their own view. The way it's split up, obviously, that a lot of the metrics are around either unscheduled care or planned care, and obviously there is an inextricable link between the two. So what we have seen this year that with COVID and the sort of infection prevention measures that we've brought in place, that has obviously affected our productivity and the efficiency around planned care and our ability to continue with that. So we had quite a detailed and ambitious programme to help improve planned care this year, which has been stalled for a number of reasons. But what I would say is that the support that we've had from Welsh Government about the DTCs has been a real achievement for the Health Board in terms of being able to have a more sustainable model going forward. In terms of unscheduled care, where the metrics are going down, that is something that is seen both across the Health Board, Wales and the UK generally. So, having been on call a number of weekends, we are getting calls from English border providers who are in the same situation, and that it's just a reflection of the current pressure across the NHS around people requiring emergency care. And obviously you've already discussed the ED business case, so we are looking at providing solutions that will give us a sustainable improvement rather than short-term initiatives that might have an impact for a couple of weeks and then it loses its momentum. So we are doing what we can, and at that point I think I'll hand over to Jill and Nick.
Thanks, Sue. So just to support everything that Sue's said, and this has been subject to quite a lot of discussion both at QSE and at PFIG in terms of the performance trajectories, and I'm happy to take conversation outside, Richard, to bring you up to date with some of the work that we're doing. The RTC is very much our strategic direction so that we can separate planned care from unscheduled care, because the impact of COVID has been significant, both in terms of the reduction in beds and closure of beds we've seen across our sites, and our ability with PPE, etc., to be able to manage planned care in the way that we historically have done. The other point is, and again, it's been discussed quite at length at PFIG, is we had high ambitions of being able to access care out with the Health Board. We have had some success with orthopaedics and ophthalmology, but equally, given the situation across the whole of the UK, access to the private sector and insourcing has been far more limited than anticipated, and also our contracts with English care providers for similar reasons haven't been fulfilled. On the unscheduled care, I think it has been well rehearsed again in PFIG, and hence the system-wide improvement plan and the alignment with both the ED and the SDEC ambitions about how we deliver unscheduled care differently across the system. And that includes working with our partner organisations, local authority, third sector and WAST, as well as our own transformation team. And the fact that that is clinically led, Chris Suby leads that programme, has shown a high level of engagement across all the sites, all the areas.
And perhaps if I could just come in very briefly to support the messenger, Sue. I think everything that Jill said and Sue said is absolutely right. But these are truly unprecedented times, aren't they? And whilst my heart goes out and I feel really uncomfortable personally about the patient's experience some of our patients sadly have and the long waits that we have, I think our staff are absolutely committed to understanding our waiting lists, understanding the pressures, looking at prioritisation, looking at where our risks lie in order to deliver services, as effectively and efficiently and quickly as we possibly can to the highest standard. Normally in these sort of conversations, we would benchmark ourselves against other health boards and against other trusts in England. And whilst, if we do that, we do compare favourably in many of our metrics, but I think we'd all recognise that it still falls far short of what historically we've been able to do before the pandemic. And it belies in some ways the experience of some of our patients, but our staff are incredibly committed, to it. And the conversations I see nearly every day are acknowledging the challenge and doing everything we can to recover.
Thanks, Nick. So, John, next.
Thanks, Mark. I was just reflecting a little bit on the actions in the action log from beginning of the meeting with regard to primary care measures. And unless I'm missing it, it's still not in the report. And I know the action was suggested that we include from April, but I think we've been asking for sort of primary care measures for more than 12 months now. So it's just a question in terms of how are we going to tackle that to try and get some sort of primary care measures. And I think everybody knows I'm not one for making the report any longer, any bigger, quite the opposite. But it's just it does still seem to be a gap in terms of our understanding of the whole area. The full pathway of care that we're supposed to be delivering.
Just on that point, Sue, Chris, I've seen something from Lynn and from Claire, which clearly indicates they have and are working on a range of primary care measures for the new report. I think we need some of that for this report, as has been highlighted, because we have been asking for it for a while, and I know they are trying to respond. And also there's some information in the primary care report later that in itself is helpful, and it may not suit the performance report in terms of its frequency, but nevertheless some of that might be suitable for reporting on a quarterly basis. On Richard's point about the length of the report, Richard, what you don't know is this is a short report compared with what existed before. In fact, it was probably double the length previously. So we are making some small improvement in that regard, but we all agree, I think, that we need to focus the report down more than we are.
Good for Robert Browning.
Yes, indeed.
Mark,
Okay.
can I just come back about the primary care measures?
You can, yeah.
Thank you. So I think in terms of the Welsh Government Delivery Framework, there's only one additional measure that relates to primary care, and that's about primary care dental services for adults. However, Chris's team have done a fantastic piece of work with the performance team looking at what metrics are currently available, whether they are updated monthly, quarterly or annually, and we've probably got a subset that I will share with committee chairs so we can see what we can start to put in the report from December, so that we're not waiting till the new year, because it is a significant part of the health board services.
Thanks. Claire? Claire, are you there?
I am sorry, I couldn't switch things on. I apologise. It's okay. My point's been addressed now. Thank you.
Okay. So again, return to Richard's point about the number of reds in this report. Of course, that has been and will be a concern for all of us. I do think, though, we need to recognise that there are some things now developing that should give us some opportunities to see those dials start to change. I recognise the challenge of COVID at the moment, which is not going to make that easy, but we are talking about regional treatment centres later and investment therein. We have got a unscheduled care improvement programme with the support of others outside the board, which is starting to generate some traction, and we've got clinical leadership involved. Earlier on, we agreed to invest in 115 members of staff for the emergency department. And there's other investment that Chris will refer to later that's going into primary care. So we are now investing heavily in key areas of concern and which are challenging areas for performance. Of course, as I say, what the board and executive team, I'm still sure, will want to see, particularly as COVID hopefully starts to wane, we'll want to see improvements starting to occur and to be recognised in this report. With that said, are we happy to move off of that item and on to the next?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Sue?
Thank you. So the next paper is the operational plan monitoring report, which has previously had scrutiny by subcommittees of the board in October. There is a new slide that's been added, which is a RAG summary across the 6 domains after feedback from the PPPH committee. I do think that's a useful slide because it does try and give us a bit of a balanced scorecard around those 6 domains. I guess the point to note is the number that are red or amber, and there are 96 out of 276 measures, of which 44 of the red and ambers are in planned care and another 12 are in unscheduled care. So it does reflect the conversation that we've just had around the QMP report. And there are a number of, there are effectively a number of things that I'd like to highlight in this report. So it's just about how we are managing the report, and we're doing the same thing around agreeing a different format from next financial year, but we are seeing what we can do to try and bring some of that in December, just to answer some of the concerns raised at committee. What the report does effectively is there is a dashboard for each area, and then there is a narrative explanation of red or amber indicators, and that's why the report is quite a long report again. The elements that I would probably highlight would be some of the good stuff that we've done. So we've already talked about the DTC and what impact that is going to have on our planned care performance going forward. There is an issue raised on our 4.5 about the specialist cancer business case, and that's something that we are looking to accelerate and take forward as part of the planning process. And obviously we've talked in some detail about unscheduled care and planned care. There is some good stuff happening around population health. You know, we are working with partners to see if we can bring in apps that sort of start to bring some of our healthcare into the 21st century, so that we can actually get real-time data from our patients. And there's something around how we are trying to make sure that the concerns that are raised in this report are front and center in terms of within the plan for next year, which is around our sort of 6 core objectives. I'd probably leave it there, Chair, unless anybody's got any, and then I'll take any specific questions.
Thanks. John first, and then Richard.
Thanks, Mark. Just focusing on the summary slide, Sue, the obvious area that's got a biggest concern is planned care. Are we doing enough to be able to recover the positions across the board in terms of planned care, given that COVID was part of the landscape when this plan was put together, so it can't be realistically a total excuse, if that's the right way of putting it, for not being on track. So how are we tackling that collectively in terms of that area of underperformance against plan?
Yeah, thanks, John. So I think planned care is a really good example. You know, we obviously had quite a detailed plan about what we intended to do this year. A number of those initiatives were with NHS England providers, and obviously because of the situation across the NHS, we haven't had the capacity that we anticipated from that sort of area of our commissioning. In terms of our use of the strategic support for planned care improvement, there are a number of initiatives that are ongoing, and we are doing everything we can in terms of looking for any capacity that we can ring fence for our North Wales population. And we had a number of initiatives that we approved only yesterday at executive team. So it's something that both the planned care improvement group and the healthcare contracts team are doing all the time. They're constantly sort of scanning for available activity that we might be able to use. I think, I guess when we were assessing the plan last year, the DTC was only an initiative, and we've moved on so much with that in terms of now, Welsh Government support. We've gone out and we've done the expressions of interest. We're getting to the point where we'll be able to we're anticipating signing a contract this year, which is really fantastic news in terms of helping the whole system going forward, because obviously anything we can do around diagnostic treatment centres will also help to take the pressure off unscheduled care, because we're moving elective activity off the acute sites, and the impact that's going to have sort of across the system. But we will just have to, understand that there are a lot of challenges across the healthcare, not just the NHS, and we are having to sort of be very flexible about our planning. I don't know, Jill, if you wanted to add anything to that.
Well, can I just come back first?
Yes, sorry.
One of the things you said implied that maybe we overestimated the capacity that was available elsewhere, or the capacity that we had ourselves. How are we going to take that learning forward into our planning for the next 3 years?
Yeah, thanks, John. We've done a big piece of work this year around demand and capacity, so that we really understand that from a site perspective, and a specialty perspective. So I think we can take the learning around what the infection prevention control and the distancing in the hospitals has had on our capacity and our potential sort of throughput of activity, and that is going to be part of the IMTP for next year.
All right, thank you. Is Jill coming back?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, if I may, John, a couple of things. That in terms, the big lessons learned is that we need, wherever possible, to separate planned care from unscheduled care. And that dialogue's been going on within the board for quite some time. And clearly that is going to have the biggest impact, because a lot of the issues that we've had that have restricted planned care have either been outbreaks of infection on our acute sites or surge activity in our acute sites. So that is a big lesson learned. In terms of the activity, overestimating the activity, I think it's really difficult, isn't it, to assess the impact that this would have across the whole system, including our English contractors. But the ambition of the RTC, not immediately, but in terms of the strategic direction, is to repatriate as much of that activity into North Wales, so that we're not relying on those external contracts. I think everybody underestimated, not just ourselves, the demand on independent sector capacity that was available. So however quickly we're moving, there are other people moving at the same pace, if not quicker. We have had some really positive outcomes in terms of orthopaedics and ophthalmology, as Sue's alluded to, we're on a weekly, literally horizon scanning every day. And we put a team in place that are doing two things, working with the contracts team on that horizon scanning, but secondly, ensuring that where we do have those contracts put in place, we're ensuring that the prioritisation of patients is North Wales wide.
All right, thanks,
And
Jill. Thanks,
we're
Sue.
acutely aware of the impact this is having on our public and the consequential harm. So we're very much in that space.
All right, thank you.
Richard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the enablers table on page 6. I'm sure we'd all agree that one of the great tragedies of the last couple of years has been the number of NHS staff across the whole of the UK who've sadly paid the ultimate price for supporting us through this. One of the items on this table is about implementing a health and safety improvement plan that does a number of things, one of which is trying to find the words, identifying and supporting staff at greater risk of contracting COVID, along with various other risks. And in June and September, they were both classed on both occasions as a red on the delivery side. I was wondering if you could make some observations as to what the problem is with dealing with this and where we're going in terms of reaching a successful conclusion with it.
Thanks, Richard. I think Sue's going to take this.
Thanks, Sue, and thanks, Chair. So there's quite a lot of detail, Richard, behind this. I think it might be helpful if we could go through some of the detail in our catch-up. I think board colleagues will know, as a health board, we've been working really closely with colleagues in Health and Safety Executive who are, as I mentioned before, are in at the moment, working with us and inspecting the sites, working really closely with the HSE because, of course, a novel coronavirus for everybody. We are one of the highest reporters in terms of RIDDORs, reportable injuries, and we've been commended across Wales in terms of our learning from RIDDOR incidents. One of the reasons that we identified this as being red in this report was the receipt of a notice of contravention from the Health and Safety Executive following the review of a very sad and very tragic loss of a member of staff last year. Since then, we've put all of the measures in place that we identified at that time, but we are really mindful of the dynamic in the community as well as in our workforce around the changing nature of COVID, the changing nature of COVID secure environments, and the fact that this is something that we have to continually maintain. We saw a blip in terms of some of our numbers, not workplace acquired, I hasten to add, but we saw a blip, and we've seen blips across the community. As time goes on, there is a level of normalcy and complacency that comes in, and it is about constantly reinforcing. We also heard earlier on a query around some of the measures at the front door of some of our sites, as well as across the organisation. One thing I would say around health and safety is this board has taken the need to significantly improve our response to health and safety across the organisation really, really seriously, has invested significantly, and I have to say significantly more than the organisation has done historically. And so our standards and our expectations around health and safety, particularly our COVID secure, are really high. I think one of the things that we will need to reflect on and informed by some of the conversations that we've had under Lucy's leadership through Quality and Safety Committee, which is where this item particularly gets detailed scrutiny, is really reflecting on whether those standards are too high in the context, and particularly in relation to our risk appetite as a board, but more than happy to take you through the detail offline, because conscious this level of detail in a board setting might not be appropriate, particularly when this subject has a significant amount of scrutiny at QA. Thank you.
Thanks both. Sue, before you move away from the mic, for want of a better description, could you just confirm that in light of sickness going up, which is in the performance report, and some of those things that you've referred to in response to Richard, that there's a report, I believe, Sue, on welfare and support to staff going to PPH committee. Is that right?
Yes. So definitely in terms of staff support and wellbeing, and the board knows we've invested heavily, both in terms of energy, passion, and as well as resources, into additional staff support and wellbeing resources. We are also taking a specific item around our lone worker measures through quality and safety in the new year, recognising that it is dynamic. As we learn new things, we need to build in more measures, and particularly given some of the incidents across the UK, we've done a review of our lone worker protections as well.
Thanks, Sue. Thanks. Linda?
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Ga i jyst tynnu sylw aelodau i tudalen 8, E1.3, gofal gwlân a diogel. Roedd y pwyllgor yn poeni braidd am disgrifiad o'r asesiad yma, sef dal yn goch. A dwi'n meddwl bod o'n braf erbyn Rhagfyr i gael dealltwriaeth gwell oherwydd mae'r esboniad yn sôn am y problemau a da ni yn derbyn bod rhain yn rhai dwys. Ond hwyrach does da ddim lawer o esboniad o be sy'n mynd i ddigwydd i gwella'r sefyllfa anodd a bwysig yn sicr yn barn y pwyllgor. Felly dim ond hwyrach i tynnu sylw'r bwr at y sefyllfa ac hwyrach gofyn erbyn Rhagfyr os bydd yna well esboniad o be sy'n mynd i ddigwydd i wella sefyllfa. Diolch.
Okay, does someone want to respond to that point? Jill?
Thank you, Linda. Conversations around the Safe Clean Care programme are monitored via QSE, and we have made significant progress in IPC as outlined within the quality report that Sue alluded to, but we still do have challenges. So we have a report going to the next QSE in terms of where we're up to, in terms of Safe Clean Care. There's been phenomenal progress. I do want to make that clear, and the work streams are meeting on a weekly basis to monitor that progress. I have asked our new IPC lead reviews everything that's in place to see if we are missing any opportunities, and you'll know via the board that we received the external review into IG, which whilst gave us some indicators that we're picking up, was broadly supportive of the direction of travel we were taking. So all of that work is coming together as one. It will go to the next QSE. I'm happy to share that report more widely with IMs, so that you can see that the work that is being described within that forum.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks, Jill. Okay, some observations from me. The first I made at the PFI committee meeting, and that is 28 items from the previous month that turned red in 1 month. I'd appreciate some assurance from the executive that you've considered the scale of that deterioration, and you are content that that is, in the circumstances, of not of significant concern, or if it is, what you're proposing to do about it. Sue?
Thanks, Mark. I think it is a significant number of reds, against the previous version of the report. I think what we don't do when we put that assessment in, so what we agreed at the beginning of the year, that if we missed a deadline, something would go red. And it could be that it's only delayed for a month. I'm not saying that's the case, but so in terms of delivery of the project, it may not be as a significant blocker. What I think we need to do is try and put some qualitative assessment around those reds for the committee, so that we're saying, and these, there is a real issue, and these, it's just a delay, and we're still confident that we're going to sort of be able to deliver them. So I'll talk to the performance team about how we can reflect that in the narrative going forward, so it gives you a bit more of a confidence level.
Yeah, I think a judgment on the significance would be helpful. Chris?
Thank you. Sue, in fact, just picked up that point. It was simply just to say that if the deadline is the end of the quarter, then even if it's 95% there and is going to be delivered the day after, we did agree at the beginning of the year that they would be displayed as red. In hindsight, that's unhelpful. As other people have said, we can work on that as we go forward to better illustrate that.
Thanks, Chris. And then another point. Oh, someone's got a problem with their mic. Another point I raised, Sue, was the fact that a number of the action updates refer to business cases. Now, I know there's a business case process, but again, board would want to be assured, wouldn't it, that the investment proposals are being prioritised to the plan and priorities. And on occasion, it's difficult to judge that because PTHIG board see isolated business cases, but in the round, we'll want some assurance that that is the case.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So I think we were fairly clear for this year that any business cases that were required to deliver the objectives in year were part of the plan for this year. So there was funding identified for them. I guess we just need to make sure that we carry that forward into next year's plan so that we have that same consistency of approach. And then we need to probably do some triangulation so that we can give assurance that one, the production and approval of the business case is going to be in line with the milestones in the plan, so that we are not sort of causing delays in the system that is going to prevent us delivering the plan in the expected timescale. So I'll talk to Chris about how we can make sure that's part of the IMTP for next year, and then we can work out how we will monitor that through the performance team.
Thanks. And then finally from me, it's one for Jill, and it goes to Linda's point, Jill, in the sense of there's reference in here, isn't there, to the difficulties of addressing staff behaviour, particularly in terms of compliance with IPC guidance and national guidance around COVID. And we know that was a concern in relation to the hospital outbreaks that have occurred previously. Jill, what confidence do you have that we are going to be able to address that particular issue?
So it is very much the forefront, and Nick and I are working very closely on this to get those champions in place to support that and to encourage people on the local professional challenge around non-adherence. We have done a piece of work, and I think it is worth stating that we've done a piece of work to look at our audit activity as well, in IPC in particular, in terms of what is giving us our most assurance and what is giving us the least assurance to reduce the burden locally on that. So that piece of work has been undertaken, is being put into place. And just coming back, I think, you know, when we look at these risks and the activity that's being undertaken, building on the point that Chris and Sue have made, much of this is because we're not achieving in just quite a timely manner as we would like. But I would say Nick and I are working really closely, particularly to engage our medical colleagues in that challenge and in the IPC compliance piece.
Okay, thanks, Jill. So Sue H, I'm going to move us on from that item, if you're content, and we'll go on to, and you've got to run a bit at the moment, the finance report, please.
Thanks, Mark. I think I didn't anticipate that the finance report might be the easiest paper that I would be presenting, so that's a development for me. So this report is a summary of the detailed report that was reviewed and scrutinised at PFIG in October. I guess the items that I would like to highlight just are around the strategic support funding from Welsh Government, which is 82 million this year. And then we've received another 19.9 million for COVID recovery around planned care, which is helping us move forward some of the initiatives. The position is a really positive one for the Health Board at month 6. So we are showing a balanced position both in month for year to date and the forecast for year end, which is in line with our plan and also in line with last year's small surplus, which was as a result of the deficit cover support from Welsh Government. So that's very welcome. There is a table which I hope was helpful, which just describing the impact of the COVID-19 funding for this year. So we have a number of elements here. So we've got effectively the vaccination programme, which is COVID and the enhanced flu vaccination, has cost us about 16 million. Well, that's the forecast, 16 million. That's the forecast for the year rather than year to date. TTP is another 18.5 million. And then we have specific COVID initiatives, which were the final use of the field hospitals, which for this year has mainly been around vaccination centres, and the cleaning standards around infection prevention control is another 3 million. And then costs within our existing network, whether it's acute mental health or community, is about another 73 million. And then the only other thing that I would highlight at this point is just that we took a report to PFIG around the use of the strategic support. And obviously there are a number of schemes that have been delayed. So we have taken a very detailed review across the Health Board of opportunities to ensure that we are using any potential slippage for the same objectives as the funding was agreed for. And that was approved yesterday and discussed at exec. So that is something that we're going to be pushing ahead with, so that we are optimising the benefit that we're getting from the strategic support to improve the care that we provide to the population of North Wales. I have reflected on the fact that it's quite a short report and we have a number of new IMs who do not attend PFIG. So I'm happy to take any comments on that and maybe either have meetings with those IMs so that they understand the more detailed report, or maybe just provide a bit more detail going forward, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Sue. Claire?
It's like you've read my mind, Sue, as one of those people. I think for me, there's a balance between the level of detail that PFIG need to see and perhaps a little bit more detail at a strategic level that would be helpful for the board to see in terms of, it's great to see that we're in balance. That's absolutely fantastic news. So I feel a bit mean in even implying any form of criticism, because that is fantastic news, particularly with the current pressures. But I just think it would be helpful to see at a sort of very high level key areas of expenditure against budget, because it's a complex organisation. There must be areas of under and overspend that are balancing things out. So I just think I'm happy to pick that up offline if that will be helpful. So I just think perhaps just a little bit more detail, but appreciate that the kind of fine tooth comb approach happens in a different place. But just conscious of our governance role, particularly around some of the challenges in the past around overspends of the budget. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. I mean, it's a good point, and I think we can probably do something that's somewhere between what we get in PFIG and this very concise report. Again, the only other thing that I would want to mention now is that we always have a conversation about savings and savings delivery across the Health Board. The month 6 report shows that against our 17 million target, we were adrift in terms of the forecast. It was 13.6, but I do know from our month 7 that number has now increased to 16.6. So, so I was confident that we were going to deliver it, but at month 7 we're already, we've moved that on quite considerably. So I think that's just something that would be worth the board being aware of.
just on Claire's point, Sue, for example, if we take the table, which is a slide 5, I think it is, where it shows the variance between budget and actual, are you content that those who are carrying overspends are being suitably examined in terms of that expenditure, and you are gaining assurance around what they're doing and why they are showing an overspend or indeed an underspend?
Yes. What we have agreed at PFIG is going forward, we're going to bring 2 divisions to the committee so they can talk around their own financial position, and I think that will help us understand it as a board, but also it will probably highlight particular areas of concern. I think in terms of the acute sector, they often tend to overspend the budget, and a lot of that tends to be around recruitment issues. So if I talk just about one of the sites, I know that they have a high reliance on agency staffing, and the premium cost of that is about 1.5 million, but they have a really good plan in place with workforce and the nursing team around additional recruitment, and I think they've managed to bring their vacancy down from 170 to 120 since April. So we can see the impact of that, and there is further work going on. So we just need to probably think about, how we can provide that sort of lower level of detail to the committee by exception, which would be helpful context.
Okay, thanks. John.
Thanks, Mark. It was just on that point about recruitment, because the use of agency staff has been a constant in terms of my time on the board, and therefore it should be part of that budgeting and planning process. It sounded like there was that within that budgeting process is a bit of wishful thinking goes on in terms of we will eliminate an agency because we will have been able to recruit. Are we being, as we go into a new cycle in terms of budgeting for the next 3 years as the plan, with the plan, are we making sure that we are addressing that wishful thinking and actually being realistic in where we're going to be able to recruit and where we will still have to be supported by agency and contract workers?
So, the obvious answer, John, is yes, but we are doing a lot of work as part of that transformation program about integrating, the activity that we expect, the workforce and the finance implications of that. And Sue's team is doing a great job trying to work out what that sort of recruitment program needs to look like. And, the use of multidisciplinary teams is something that we are trying to bring in wherever we can to make sure that we are sort of giving as much opportunity for our clinical staff to do the clinical part of the job rather than other parts of it. But I think that's it's not an easy task, but we are at least we're recognizing it and trying to build it into the plans from the onset.
Okay, that looks like Sue or Jill wants to come back as well.
It does indeed. Sue, then Jill.
Yeah, she's actually just given the answer that I was going to give in terms of that in the transformation piece of the multi-professional teams. So some of this is about recruitment, some of that this is about long-term recruitment. Some of this has been necessary because there's been a need for really agile additionality in terms of people, either capacity or skills, particularly given the context that we've had and the fact that we've needed people with a different set of skills really quickly, and therefore that has meant a level of dual running as well as kind of what we consider to be recruitment. I think the other bit that I would say is a lot of the work done around workforce planning, and actually the example that we saw earlier with the ED, really looking at demand and capacity properly and then thinking, okay, so what capacity and what does that look like, rather than just the traditional roles previously. I think that model, the work that we're doing across the other specialties that we're doing those reviews in, as well as the work that Sue alluded to, working with kind of Sue's team, Chris's team, my team, Jill's team, Nick's team, really looking at what do we need for the future. I think the IMTP, the clinical services plan, the people and OD strategy all coming together would be really, really helpful in achieving what we've all been striving to achieve for the last few years. So I think do answer the kind of the detailed question, but I think we're at a real pivotal point now. Those things coming together, we actually stand a chance of doing what we all want to achieve.
So as a quick aside, what's stopping you all coming together?
Nothing's stopping us all coming together. Nothing has stopped us all coming together apart from pesky pandemic, and really sometimes there's just a point in time when an organisation is ready to look differently. And I think work that's been done through the COVID period in terms of that agility and different thinking and working differently and being able to progress new models of care, I think really provided the catalyst. And it's a conversation we've had previously. I don't think there's ever been anything preventing us as a team coming together. I think sometimes there's an element of that organisational readiness and resource to pump prime, to test, to learn. And we haven't always had that, have we? This year is a really good year, and going into next year, consolidating that will be really, really important.
All right, thanks very much, Sue.
Thanks, Sue. Jill, brief final comment from you.
Yeah, I'm not going to reiterate everything that's just been said, but I think the whole board has been focused on things like the emergency care business case, the transformation, the clinical strategy. So reiterating both Sue's points, I think we're in a really good place in terms of recruitment. And I would add to that the conversations we're having about the clinical school, the med school, that align to our strategic direction of clinical services, which gives us more confidence moving forward.
Thanks, Jill. So if we are happy, I'm going to move us off of that item 2, and we're now on to primary care. Chris, again, you can take the paper as well.
Thank you, Mark. In which case, then, I would just like to draw a couple of points out. Firstly, thanks to Claire, as usual, for pulling together the paper. But you'll see in the paper a huge amount of work going on in primary care across all of our contractor professions that make up primary care. I think that's worth drawing out because we'll all have seen some of the adverse media and political coverage with regard to primary care in the last month or two, particularly England, I would say, although I have seen some in Wales too. That's absolutely not been my experience. This paper does demonstrate just how much work is going on out there. And when I've gone around sites and spoken to colleagues out there, I'm absolutely amazed, really, about how they are managing to deliver the services that they are, and I'm humbled. And I think we should be commending our primary care colleagues for the way that they are managing to deliver what they are. It's simply impossible in the current environment within a primary care estate that was never built for a pandemic to safely bring every person who might want a face-to-face appointment in whilst you're trying to catch up with chronic reviews for frail individuals who are most at risk and the like. And the way that primary care contractors have responded to that challenge and then taken quite a lot of helpful and unhelpful suggestions in terms of how that could be done differently. How they've moved that through, I think, is to be commended. The second thing that I will draw out from the paper is just to make sure that board colleagues are aware of the additional investment that we've recently made available to clusters, which is in the order of about £3 million this year. So for the remaining few months of this year, which will be deployed by our clusters to deliver some local schemes that they themselves have worked up and identified, which we know over a number of different areas will help both in terms of the backlog in terms of getting back onto an even keel, and in terms of helping to avoid unnecessary visits up to our acute hospital sites. I'm going to leave the paper there and pick up any comments.
Thanks, Chris. Lucy's left us to deal with a Welsh Government call. So as our primary care lead, she's not in the room. Any questions or observations for anybody else? Okay, can I raise a couple, Chris, then, please? The first is that performance measure 2 has deteriorated as the report narrative clearly highlights. And that's in keeping really with the sense we get, isn't it, from some quarters at least, that people are struggling to get through to a practice in whatever form and struggling on occasion to get a timely response. What I was surprised about, Chris, is the first one where the appropriate telephony and call handling systems in place are judged to be so high in terms of the score. Given that I may be wrong here, but given the impression I get on occasion is it's the practice saying that the reason for 2 is because 1 is not fit for purpose.
Yeah, so these are national standards, and the wording underpinning the standards is specific in terms of whether an individual practice achieves or doesn't achieve. It's a relatively blunt tool. It probably is even blunter given the current environment in which we're operating. If our levels of activity were normal, I don't think I would see quite that degree of differentiation. We are aware. So, for example, in standard 1, appropriate telephony means that we have call handling in place. Means that calls can be transferred. Relatively simple factors, as opposed necessarily to just about having the breadth of capacity to take calls, which then probably follows through into standard 2. We're working with individual practices that are outliers to move that data forwards.
Cheers, Tart. And then there's reference, isn't there, to the access survey, Chris, being started on the 1st of November. It would be good and helpful, I think, to see that reported when it's ready to the relevant committee.
I'd hope to be able to give a verbal on it today, but it's just not quite ready. But we'll feed it through as you suggest. Okay, and then I don't know whether this was a data collection issue or what, Chris, but if you go to the table showing total number of patients sent to primary ODTC, October drops to the floor. Is that because of a delay in data, or a delay in activity, or a significant drop in activity? You see, I'm not sure that's no.
If you go to page 6, I think, Chris, there's a chart with red columns and blue.
Oh yeah.
Right. You look at October, bearing in mind we're in November now, it goes to 0. I presume that's a data quality issue rather than...
It is. It's just when the data was cut off. That's right.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John.
So I was looking at number 7. People receive timely, coordinated and clinically appropriate response. We're showing 99% there of achievement. Now, bear in mind, earlier on in the meeting, we've talked about waiting lists, times, etc. I find it quite astonishing that we can actually report a 99% achievement on that.
Again, John, it goes to the specifics, national specification against the standard, which I'm happy to share with you offline. I haven't got it right here, right now.
Okay. Right. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chris. All right. As you said at the start, there's a lot of activity and work going on, and we all appreciate that, particularly given the pressures that primary community services are under. Richard wants to come in now. Richard.
Thank you. Just looking at the table that spreads over pages 3 and 4. Yeah. 2 questions really. The table shows 99% of practices being accessible by alternative methods, including digital solutions. Is that saying that 99% of practices allow patients to request repeat prescriptions and to book appointments via websites? Because if so, that's really good. And the other question is, on the preceding item, number 3, it says 92.8% of practices have a recorded bilingual introductory message in place. Do you have a statistic as to how many practices allow patients to interact with the reception over the phone in Welsh, if that's what they want to do?
Okay, I'll pick the second question up first. Thank you, Richard. No, we don't have that statistic. We are doing work with practices in terms of mapping through their bilingual capabilities, not just in terms of booking an appointment, but being able to consult bilingually or in other languages other than English and Welsh too, in fact, in some areas. And that is a piece of work that is ongoing. So we don't have that data at this point in time. In terms of access to digital solutions, these specifications, I'll go and double check, but I don't think they explicitly refer to booking an appointment online as part of that. They do include prescription requests, and they do include being able to undertake a consultation through digital methods. I will just have to double check about the appointment booking.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Chris. So we'll end that item there and we'll move on to nurse staffing levels. Jill, I know this is an important topic and it's a lengthy report with appendices, but can we take it as read again and by all means highlight anything you want to highlight?
Yeah, I will take it as read, Mark, and I will confirm this has already been subject to conversation at QSE. As one point I would wish to pick out, within the report we're subjecting the uplift on healthcare support workers as being the same as that as registrants, which is what we've been advised. However, just so that you are aware and the board aware, this is something that I will be picking up separately, because the requirements to support the CPD aligned with the revalidation of registrants is very much different to that required by non-registrants. So it's just to alert the board that I'm taking that conversation separately.
Okay, thanks. And we ought to note those points that you've asked us to note in the report, which are at the bottom of page 2 in terms of the bullet points. One of those is the level of vacancies that we ought to note and register our concern about. And that is, in terms of nursing and midwifery, it's 11%, 636 for whole-time equivalents. We've touched on recruitment already. I know there's a lot of recruitment activity going on through you and Sue's teams. Is there anything, Jill, Sue, you want to comment around the recruitment to address that particular problem?
If I start, we are working really collaboratively with Sue's team, and that's been really positive. There's also conversations on an all Wales basis, Mark, around whilst we have done some overseas recruitment, a more all Wales based approach to that to support some of those vacancy gaps as well.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Sue?
So can I just first support what Jill had said about the discussions that are happening at an all Wales level? That discussion is also happening with the All Wales workforce directors, and I think there's hopefully going to be a piece of work across the 2 peer groups to really understand that and the risk basis for it. I think it's a little arbitrary at this stage. In terms of vacancy levels, yes, they are still not where they need to be. We've had the discussions before around the model of care, and we've talked a lot in this meeting about looking at alternative, and not just alternatives because we can't recruit registrants, actually alternatives that may be able to provide a level of care, releasing registrants to do do what only registrants do. One figure that I don't think we report, and I was going to report it at PFIG, but and I was going to save it to the next PFIG report, but I can't. One thing I think would be helpful for the board to note is that we actually have in the region of 230 more nurses employed now than we did this time last year. And again, that was significantly more than we had the year before. One of the things we do need to recognise is every time we increase the establishment, that increases the vacancies rate as well. But what we are able to do is to demonstrate improvements in retention, which is absolutely key. Again, Jill's team, my team, and colleagues from across, including Chris's team, are really looking at how do we improve the offer, how do we improve the attraction, as well as where can we really build that multi-professional team. And that's something again that we're working on an all Wales basis in addition to that overseas recruitment. So continuing to work hard to address the gaps, but also really understanding what it means from a workforce planning point of view. I think there's also something about how do we develop the talent across Wales, across North Wales, as well as within the health board, to become registrants in one form or another, or to take on additional roles as part of their current professional remit.
So why you've got the mic, there's several references, isn't there, in the report, particularly on page 3, to acuity driving increases in nurse staffing levels.
Yeah.
But given the scale of our vacancy gap, materially, what's our response to that then? Because are we giving them vacancies and not filling them, or are we moving staff? How is that dynamic playing out? Because it must be really difficult.
And I think this is what Jill was alluding to in terms of it's all very well and good increasing the headroom in line with registrants, but if all we're doing is increasing the vacancies, then A, that can be really demoralising, but also B, let's understand what the models of care need to be. I think this comes back to exactly that transformation piece, and thinking about how do we provide the care in the right place, rather than acuity increasing because care isn't delivered at the right time in the right place, and therefore it's just a knock-on impact. So I think you're absolutely right to highlight just increasing the vacancies isn't going to increase the safety or improve the safety of care. We have to look underneath the numbers. I'm mindful that Jill wants to come in, but we have seen an increase in acuity. We will probably continue to see an increase in acuity, particularly given the last 18 months. Late presentation, potential capacity issues earlier on in an individual health episode. So I think we do need to be thinking very differently about how we just manage the skill mix to provide the care in the right place at the right time. But mindful that Jill wants to come in, and clearly from a clinical point of view, be able to answer that much better than me.
Thanks, Sue. Jill?
I think you've done an excellent job there, Sue. I think there's a couple of things I would point out. One of them is the Act itself and the areas it covers. So one of the pieces that we've done within EIMT in conjunction with Sue's team and Adrian's team in terms of therapies is to look at a different model of care for those subacute patients. And the work that we've done in Aberconwy ward, for example, is a good example of that, because this is about giving the right care by the right professional at the right time. And that does include therapy colleagues as well as nurses and healthcare support workers. So completely agree with Sue in terms of the model of care. And this is a conversation that is being taken forward nationally.
Thank you. Thanks, Jill. Thanks, Sue. Adrian, then finally, from you.
Thank you, Mark. Sorry, folks, I turned my camera off at the same time as I turned it on. I think, as Jill has said, around using those different therapy models, and we've talked about those as well, the accommodation for people who are reabling and how that provides a different environment for them to be in. Certainly saw some of that through kind of Dragon's Den things as well that we've looked at. I suppose the other thing is thinking about therapists at the front door and how they make a difference, and we talked about that in the kind of the discharge to reable, or discharge to recover and assess. and how that works. And actually, you know, being able to do that for patients means they don't come into hospital, they can go straight home, and actually reduces overall bed stay by quite a significant amount for some of those patients, and therefore starts to help reducing the pressure on our wards as well.
Okay, thanks, Adrian. So I'll move us off that item again, and we are asked to do a variety of things that are listed in the nurse staffing levels report. Are you content that we do what we're being asked to do at 1 and 2, and that we note 3, 4 and 5?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on again to committee advisory group chairs assurance reports. And I'm going to take these by exception. So I'm happy to pause if any chair wants to highlight anything in particular. So cabinet, I have nothing to report. The second is audit. Medwin's not here. Louise, I think there were a couple of things you wanted to highlight though.
Only that that there were the committee did consider some internal audit reports, and actually they were pleasingly a mixture of substantial and reasonable assurance. And there are a couple of matters that require an escalation to the board. You've done one, the emergency sword and the schedule of financial claims that they also considered last time. Thank you.
Okay, and so our colleagues happy to note the schedule of financial claims? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. On to QSC. Lucy's left us. Lynn, Jackie, Cheryl, I didn't know if there's any she's asked you to highlight.
Yes, I've been asked, Mark. So I've got Lucy's notes. The committee noted the progress made on the immunisation programme. We also received the Llandudno Hospital review, which was undertaken following concerns raised by student nurses working on the ward. The action plan arising from the review will be received by QSC committee in January. The committee remains concerned about the ability of the organisation to evidence sustainable learning. We also think that the wider board needs to be better cited on quality and safety issues across the organisation. Jill, as lead executive, has supported this additional focus as well. We have a number of reports due to be received by the committee in the next few months, where we need to demonstrate to our stakeholders, patients and population that the organisation is learning where we get things wrong. We've already arranged a meeting to agree the reporting parameters with this, the aim of this being implemented from January. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. That's all noted, and we look forward to receiving the report then in January based on the concerns at QSC and what you're wishing to escalate as a group with Jill moving forward. Thank you. Thanks, Lynn, for covering that. We're on to PFIG. John, anything from you?
Nothing else to highlight than what's in the report. It's a fairly comprehensive report, I think, given that we had a large agenda. So just open up any questions, but I think it says what it needs to.
It does. Thank you, John. I don't see any questions flagged. Then on to PPPH. Linda, anything from your good self?
Na, dim y tro yma, dwi'n meddwl, Mark, o'n i bai hapus iawn eto i ateb unrhyw cwestiynau. Gaethon ni sawl diweddariad, gaethon ni drafodaeth cynhyrchiol iawn, ond dim byd i drafod yn y cyfarfod heddiw.
Diolch, Linda. So we're now on to SRG. The report has been circulated. Gareth is not. Sorry, Claire is here. I was thinking, leave it ahead. Claire, anything from your good self?
No, I think the main thing has been picked up throughout this meeting, which is around the kind of consultation feedback loop. Thank you.
And there's some useful feedback and observations noted from the group, which I'm sure will be helpful for those who came along and addressed you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, HPF, Adrian.
Thank you, Mark. In Gareth's absence, just to report, Louise and Nick both came to the meeting. It's the first time they've been able to come, which was really positive, and to have a discussion. Teresa gave an update on public health, and Nick talked about the Medical Health Sciences School. we've now been successful in getting a secondary and tertiary care member and have high hopes for a MHNLD member. And we're also planning an additional workshop with the group to look at the IMT, the early versions of the IMTP, which is next week. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks very much. So I'll move on to closing business. Items to refer to committees. Louise, unless you tell me otherwise, I don't think we've particularly noted any, albeit there have been discussions between the interface between committees and board and vice versa in terms of what's going where.
Yeah, agree, Chair.
Second is review risks highlighted within the meeting. I'm not sure that there are any new risks that have been highlighted that we need to review, unless you tell me otherwise.
I would agree with that, Chair. I think through the contents of the meeting and everything that's arisen, we are pretty confident that through either the Board Assurance Framework or the Corporate Risk Register, everything that we have discussed today is covered.
Thank you. And then review of meeting effectiveness. I'm happy, or if you'd prefer, I'm happy too for you to refer any observations around today's effectiveness in terms of the meeting, either to me or to Louise. So please do that outside of the forum for me. Summary of private board business to be reported in public. It's listed. Are you happy with what's proposed and to note the report?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Date of the next meeting is the 20th of January, by which time we will have celebrated Christmas. Hope you all have a good Christmas. If I don't see you before, but I'm sure you will. Exclusion of press and public from this meeting.